Hey guys. So this guy came up to us and gave us and then drop it on what was it? That Snapchat?
Yeah.
But I don't have a Snapchat because I just feel old using it. So I do have a YouTube. So I figured I'd come on here and we could listen to an episode together or just explore the website together. So that's what we're doing tonight.
He's okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he scratched me.
He scratched you?
It's fine.
Are you fine?
It's fine.
Okay, let's see. So this is X22 report. Does anybody know about this?
Sounds familiar.
I've never heard of it. Is it really that guy's website? I wonder. They'll put me in the corner there. Let's see. It's not on YouTube. It's not on Facebook. It's not on Instagram. It's not on Gitter. I don't know what Gitter is, and it's not using PayPal. It's on Rumble, BitChute, and CloutHub. Interesting, and Truth Social. I wonder what it's about. Latest episodes, Obamagate exposed. Piece by piece, Trump is dismantling the election rigging system. Okay.
So he's conservative.
We are at the precipice. The swamp is fighting back. Calm before the storm. Okay, let's see. I wonder, is there a list of the episodes?
Whoa.
It's like over an hour. I wonder. Maybe I could go see him. His Rumble might be easier to navigate.
Try that.
Yeah, let's go there. Okay, here we are, Rumble. Nero, what do you want? You're crazy.
Hey, Leroy.
Dee's narrative that Trump is helping the rich falls apart. Investors piling into gold fund. So he's very pro-Trump. That's nice.
I thought since he didn't say what his thing was about, and we live in a liberal town, that he's probably pro-Trump. Like, watch my podcast and gave no information about it.
Which one should we watch?
Or
listen
probably
to?
a local one. I mean, a recent one, maybe. What's the most recent one? 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
Kind of long.
Obamagate. Well, they're all pretty. Well, okay, let's watch this one. Trump just received the ruling from SC to expose the Fed and restructure it. Oh, cool. We can talk about the Fed. Although this one looks interesting. Countries backing off net zero. 90% of companies plan to come back to the U.S. It has begun. Let's watch that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like that was released yesterday. Oh, Logical Spark knows about him?
So, yeah, he's the guy that has intel about stuff.
Oh, intel about stuff?
I'm just being sarcastic.
Oh, dang.
He said it was his money.
Yeah, he said it was his.
I wonder if he's the guy.
Can we meet
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3648 AM. Today's date is May 22nd, 2025, and the title of the episode is Countries Backing Off Net Zero. 90% of companies plan to come back to the U.S. It has begun. Now, sometimes you see something and think, okay, I need those in my life like yesterday. That was me when I first came across these Trump Never Surrender gold sneakers. These aren't just shoes. They're a full-on statement, bold, fearless, and unapologetically patriotic. I mean, just look at them. The gold finish, the red and white blue accents. Nice. It's like wearing a piece of American pride right on your feet. And let me tell you, they don't just look good. They feel good. The quality is legit, comfortable, durable, and surprisingly lightweight. These kicks aren't sitting in the back of your closet gathering dust. You actually want to wear them, show them off, maybe even start a few conversations. What I love most is the message they send: never surrender. It's not just a slogan, it's a mindset. Whether you're out making moves or just walking into the weekend, these sneakers are a reminder to stand strong and never back down. They also become a favorite gift. I mean, we all know someone who would love these, a big Trump supporter collector, or just someone who rocks bold style. And here's the best part. Each pair is part of a limited run, so you're not getting some mass-produced junk. These are numbered, exclusive, and designed to make a statement. If this sounds like your vibe, or if you're already picturing someone in your life who'd flip for these, go check them out. Our awesome X22 audience gets a special 15% discount at the MAGAoffers.com/X22. That's MAGAoffers.com/X22. I'll spell it out for you. THEMAGAOFFERS.com/X22. Use that link to grab your pair now and take 15% off your order. Don't wait too long. These are going fast. Own a piece of the movement and step into something legendary. Or just click the link in the description. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, you can see they tried, and now Trump, he got his one big, beautiful bill passed. And again, this is not going to solve every single problem, but what this does, it actually puts into place what Trump needs to take this to the next step. Remember, to remove the private West Central Bank system, you just can't say, hey, the central bank system's done and we're ready to go here. Because, again, there's money that is coming into the federal government. It's coming in from we, the people. And you actually have to create another source of income to actually counter what the central bank is taking. So that's what Trump is doing. And with this bill, this is going to allow him to take this to the next step. Everything is now falling into place. And when you look at the deep state, the central bankers, what they have been put into place is completely and utterly falling apart. And they're backtracking on their Green New scam, on their net zero agenda. Everything that they've been trying to push is now coming to an end. And you could see once this bill goes to the Senate and it gets passed and signed by the president, you're going to see Trump's plan really start to take off. And this is what the deep state, the central bankers, this is what they're most afraid of. Because again, as Trump continually creates the parallel economy and it gets bigger and stronger, and people start to realize that the economy is getting bigger and stronger, there's more jobs, people are going to be looking at this going, wow, this is incredible. And already 90% of the corporations across the world, they're already letting everyone know that, yeah, we're going to have to come back to the U.S. This is what we're going to have to do. Now, are they all going to come back all at once? No, but what we're going to see over time, we're going to see more and more of these manufacturers, these corporations, they're going to head back to the U.S., which means buildings are going to have to be built. Roads are going to have to be built, which means we need steel, lumber, tar, you name it. We need all of this stuff. And once the buildings are built, what do you think happens next? The people then come and fill the positions, and even more jobs are created. Yeah. So what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a renaissance, or maybe we should call it an economic renaissance. It is the golden age, and more companies will be coming back to this country. Remember, this window that the central bank has, that the deep state players have, the fake news has, to continually try to blame it all on Trump, it's closing rapidly, and it's going to close even faster with this bill being passed. And you could see already countries now are starting to back off the entire Green New scam. And if you look at Germany, they already started backing off. And now we have New Zealand. New Zealand has abandoned Jacinda Ardern's net zero push, revokes a ban on drilling for oil and gas. And we're going to see many more countries start to back off. because once again, everything that they put in place,
Same.
it actually depended on the United States. And think about it. Go back to the time of COVID when they had the vaccine passports. All the countries were pushing the vaccine passport. Got to get it, vaccine passport. As soon as it failed here in the United States, yes, they tried in New York City and other places. As soon as it failed here in this country, what did the other countries do? They all backed off. And all of a sudden it disappeared. The same thing is happening right now. Since the U.S. is not on board with this, what do you think is going to happen to every single other country around the world? They're going to back off. Why don't they keep going with it? Why don't they keep pushing it? Because you know what you're going to see? You're going to see a very, very big difference. You're going.
Logical Spark asks, how did I find out about this? Some guy just walked up to us last night and handed us,
Is that
he said it was his podcast.
some other company?
Well, we don't know his docs where it was, but yeah, we were coming back from our date last night and he handed us this paper and was like, will you check out my podcast and put it on your Snapchat?
I think that the guy's talking right now. I think that's him.
You think it's
I
him?
do
We
not
met
know.
the guy. He was out just handing out like invites to his podcast, but I don't have a Snapchat, so we're on YouTube.
Or
So you guys know about him? Y'all know about him?
apparently. We knew. Well,
He's
we
out on
met
the
him.
street listening out his little podcast to people. Isn't that sweet? More he needs like a business card, but not bad. Yeah.
I mean, he didn't say much to us, but it sounds like it's him.
Business cards. Just hanging outside of his tent, handing out his Rumble channel.
No, he was on a path. He was like,
Yeah,
he was
I don't know if
moving.
he was at a tent.
He was just like walking.
He
There
was walking and we were walking in the opposite
in
direction.
an area where there was a decent amount of
Foot traffic and
Foot
stuff.
traffic,
We
people out.
went out to
there were people all over.
We went
walking
out
around.
to get some food and drinks last night, and we're coming back.
Yeah,
It's fun.
we had
You've
fun.
been around for a minute? Well, shucks.
I guess we're just rubbing shoulders with giants
Wow.
out here.
He didn't know he met the Terry Strange.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy, huh? Well, let's continue.
The future Mrs. James.
to see
Yeah.
the United States, the manufacturing boom is going to be out of this world. Energy is going to be very, very inexpensive. And if they kept going with the net zero push, you were going to see all the manufacturers move out of their countries. You were going to see that people didn't have jobs. The economies were going to implode and they wouldn't have any energy. That's why they're backing off, because if they're so into it and they really want this, let them move forward with it. Show the people how great it is. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to back off just like New Zealand is, just like Germany is now. You're going to see the rest of the European nations. They're going to say, we are out, because you know something? If we go down this path, we're going to fall behind. We're going to lose our manufacturing base. We're going to lose jobs. The economy is going to implode. It's going to be a complete and utter disaster. And you could see that this is the direction we're heading in right now. The deep state, the central bankers, they're in a lot of trouble right now, because everything that Trump is doing, it's actually exposing them, exposing how bad it was under them. And you could see that as of right now, since Trump visited all the Middle Eastern countries, spoke to these countries that are, their product is oil. And all of a sudden, OPEC right now is considering a third straight monthly output hike, departing from the norm of stabilizing oil markets. And it looks like they're going to be pushing oil, and they're going to lower the price of oil. And it looks like we're going to be moving down around $60 a barrel. And I wouldn't even be surprised if it goes even lower, which means we're going to see a drop in oil prices, which means as oil gets cheaper, gas is going to get cheaper, and people are going to have more money in their pocket, which means we're going to have a lot of cheap energy in this country. And that's going to work out very, very well for all the manufacturers that are coming back to this country. So
Yay.
right there, you can see that it's all starting to happen.
Donald
And
Trump.
with this one big, beautiful bill, we're going to see tax cuts. We're going to see more and more
$5 a gallon.
corporations drilling for oil. And as the energy prices continually drop,
Places.
we're going to see items get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It doesn't mean that the inflation, which is the devaluation of the currency, just disappears. It just means right now, what we're seeing is people have more money in their pocket, and the inflation that's been cumulative, well, it's not that bad. And actually, he's playing still within a private West Central Bank system. So he has to show the Fed, look, I brought inflation down. I'm hitting your 2% mark. Isn't this what you wanted? Isn't this exactly what you've been talking about? Actually, I do believe Trump will get it below 2%. And then the Fed's going to be put in a position where they're either going to have to drop the rates or make some other type of an excuse of why they aren't going to drop the rates. Now, I do believe they're waiting for something else to happen, just like the first thing that happened was Moody's. It didn't really work to their advantage. And I do believe they're waiting for another thing to happen. This is why they're in this holding pattern right now. But you can see every step of the way, what Trump is doing is he's building the economy. It's getting stronger and stronger as every day that passes. And what's very interesting, he's deciding to move forward with making Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac public. And this is what he put out on Truth. I'm giving very serious consideration to bringing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac public. I'll be speaking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, and the Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, William Poulter, among others, and will be making a decision in the near future. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are doing very well, throwing off a lot of cash, and the time would seem to be right. Stay tuned. So privatizing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac could allow them to operate as fully independent entities, potentially increasing their market value. Their strong cash flows could attract investors, boosting stock prices and creating value for shareholders. Currently under conservatorship by the Federal Housing Finance Agency, privatization would reduce the government's direct financial exposure to the mortgage market. This could align with a policy goal of shrinking the federal footprint in housing financing, transferring the risk to private investors. Could reassure investors and stabilize mortgage-backed securities markets, potentially lowering borrowing costs for homeowners. As public companies, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac could raise additional capital through equity markets. This could fund technological upgrades, improve risk management, or expand affordable housing initiative, enhancing their competitiveness and public mission. A successful public offering could inject capital into the economy, both through the proceeds of the sale and by encouraging investments in the housing sector. This could support job creation in related industries like construction and real estate. Think about where all of this is going. And what's very interesting is while Trump is doing all this and one big beautiful bill is passed, a survey was done, and it shows that 90% of U.S. companies plan to come back to the United States. And this is from Allianz survey. So 9 out of 10 U.S. companies say they expect to bring some or all of their production or sourcing back home in response to new tariffs imposed under Trump. The survey published on May 20th hints at an acceleration in reshoring efforts as U.S. firms adapted to the tariffs, as Trump pursues a global trade reset to boost domestic manufacturing and correct what he says are decades of unfair practices by other countries. Allianz researchers found that roughly 90% of U.S. companies plan to reshore or switch to domestic suppliers in the wake of the April 2nd global tariff announcement. So right now, we're seeing that companies now, they're already thinking about it. They're already making plans to come back to the United States. And what we're going to see as Trump now moves fast forward with his plan, these companies are going to make the decision to come back. And I think they're going to do it very, very quickly because think about it. Trump just passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, which allows him to take his plan to the next step. Is this the last bill that's going to be passed? Absolutely not. I do believe he needs full control of the Congress to get what he really wants. But this is going to allow him to move forward with his plan and actually allow the people to feel relief. And people are going to start to feel really good, especially when he starts to remove the taxes. Because people are going to say, wow, energy costs are really coming down. I have a lot more money in my pockets because of I don't have to pay these taxes. And the economy is looking pretty darn good. And I'm starting to see a lot of companies move back into my area. And those companies that are moving back, there's a lot of construction jobs because they need their plants built. They need the roads built. And the people that create the steel, create aluminum, all of a sudden orders are going to start being, start to pour in. Actually, those individuals that create furniture, all of a sudden they're going to see business is going to start to really pick up, because if the companies are moving back here, why aren't they going to purchase the items right here in the United States? Well, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to purchase the items right here in the United States. But what's very interesting about the One Big Beautiful Bill, every single Democrat voted against the largest middle-class tax cut in history. So right now, we could see the D's, they're completely and utterly against tax cuts. Now, once again, I don't think this is really coming as a surprise to everyone, because once again, they don't want Trump to be successful. They don't want the people to see the economy's improving. And now, with this passed, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for the deep state, for the D's, the central bankers, you name it. And this bill passed with a vote of 215 saying yes, 214 saying no. Now, this does have to go up to the Senate. The Senate has to look at it, and if they have any amendments, it's going to send it back to the House. If they say, look, it looks perfectly fine, they will then pass it. They'll send it on to the president. The president has already let you know, you need to bring this to my desk. I will sign it immediately. Because, again, what Trump is doing right now, he's moving at a very, very fast pace. He's putting everything into place, and I do believe the foundation is being built. It's almost completed. And he wants to move to the next phase. And this is why he wants this bill. His tax cuts will be extended. Other tax cuts are going to be in there. And we're going to see that Medicaid, Medicare, and all these other things are going to be cut. The illegals are going to be pushed out of it. There's going to be a lot more money for the border.
Josh, just let me let you know, Josh. It's good. Things are going to be good. Daddy's home. Daddy's taking care of us.
I believe this is the bill that passed this morning. Maybe Logical Spark, I'm sure knows. Which included, I heard that overtime will not be taxed, which is good. And the Medicaid stuff, no Medicaid for illegals anymore. All that passed. So I believe he's talking, because this is from yesterday, this recording. And so we could look at the bill, I suppose.
I haven't looked into it. I did see that the Democrats were wilding out and not like they were staying up all night, like trying to prevent the bill from passing.
Not one Democrat voted for it.
What a bunch of S words.
But we got it because I think we're the majority in the House or whatever. So
what's wrong with the Democrats?
I am a painter, and so I heard from somebody came to work today and was like, that bill passed, they're not gonna, overtime's not taxed, et cetera, which is kind of a cool idea.
That's gonna be amazing.
Any overtime you get, I'm 20% of my check gets taxed. So my work doesn't always offer overtime though, but man, that would be cool.
I'm sure at some point this summer they will though.
Yeah. That means I'll make time and a half will be more like time and 3/4.
But just like for any workers, anybody who's had to work overtime, it's so grueling, and to be able to take all that money home and invest it in something, that you want, or it's something that serves you completely. I mean, that's amazing.
I love overtime.
But I know we can find a way.
I know we can find a way.
I know we can find a way.
Stand up.
You wish he was a Jew?
Stand up.
She said, I wish I was a Jew. He Black said, no, Adriana.
Never.
Yeah, the wall going up. Amen. Yeah, I know it is nice. I'm so glad I've met all these people through JLP. It's kind of amazing. It's amazing.
We're going to have a big, beautiful wall.
Stand up.
There'll be a door on the wall.
Stand up.
Stand up. Stand up.
You remember working overtime in college? It's been a few years for me. I don't do it anymore. I just can't. I gotta have boundaries or I'll burn myself out. But when I did, would have been nice to get more money for it.
I had to leave early today
Oh,
to
really?
not get overtime.
That's nice. Thank you, Josh.
Snatch you over that name.
Hey, what was that? Didn't that plantation burn down this week and people were celebrating that old antebellum beautiful plantation that burned down?
What a shame.
We'd love to have you, Josh. You can play the piano for us and wear a funny starched collar in the house.
We'll see
agents,
you, though.
and we're going to see a
Yeah.
lot of things change right now, and this is going to be very, very difficult for the deep state and the central bankers. And the next thing that's on deck is that
And at
everything that
Christmas,
Doge has done,
Figgy pudding.
Congress must then cut everything that Doge has said to cut. Now,
Doge.
will this Congress be able to do this? Most likely not, because the rhinos most likely will probably push back and they probably won't get the votes that they need. Now, maybe they will, but I do believe that this was not.
I don't know about that.
It's complicated. She ain't gonna work one day. We'll get there.
You gonna retire me?
I'm gonna retire you.
Give me a new position as
Yeah,
head of
mama.
the household?
My kids need a mama.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's wrong for women to work, but, it shouldn't, there's certain priorities in life that it shouldn't come before.
Once I start
Like
a
your
business.
family.
Once I start a business,
Well, yeah, you'll
And
need
you
me
want-
to quit so I can be your helpmate.
you can be my little housewife.
Yeah.
Steve.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you could sing that. I love that one. Don't trust them new N-words over there. Well, let's finish this.
Included in this bill, because at this point in time, this bill probably wouldn't have passed. And as of right now, because we know a lot of rhinos, they're taking orders from China, taking orders from pharmaceutical companies, taking orders from other things. We know the D's are not going to vote for it. So if you have a couple of rhinos, 2 of them at least, saying absolutely not, well, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. So right here, I do believe this is going to be the next phase. And what's interesting, and this is coming from Bannon's War Room, Russ thought we're going to send up rescissions bills. We have $9 billion package of Doge cuts almost ready to go up. Why the delay? Because the House actually wants to pass it, and we have been working with the House appropriators to get it done. So hopefully they can pass it, but I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they probably might take this up when we have full control over the House and the Senate. But it would be pretty nice if they're able to pass it right now, because that would actually just accelerate Trump's plan. But I do believe Trump, he most likely is saying, okay, we can wait until the midterms. But again, we'll have to see how this all plays out. Maybe they can get their act together and maybe they can pass it now, which would actually be absolutely incredible. But just like we said in the very, very beginning, we're going to see a lot of the deep state Green New scam net zero agenda completely and utterly fall apart, because within the bill, they're going to phase out the green energy tax credits, which means it's all going to start to fall apart for the deep state players. And everything that they were pushing for in the last 4 years is coming to an end. And we're going to get rid of waste. We're going to get rid of fraud. And we're going to start transitioning away from the private West Central Bank, just like we are now, but it's just going to be accelerated. And I do believe as Trump puts other things into place, we're going to see that we will not be reliant on the private West Central Bank. And as time goes on, what we're going to see is the tariffs are going to be bringing in money. The cuts that are being made, we don't need that much to pay for government. Of course, the swamp creatures, the judicial branch is trying to stop all this. But what we're going to see is we're going to be less reliant on the private West Central Bank, which means we're not going to borrow the currency. Because remember, every time the Federal Reserve creates currency, there's interest attached. And every time we borrow that money, we, the people, have to pay it back. So Trump, slowly but surely, is going to replace all the borrowing. The borrowing is going to start to really slow. And he's going to be replacing it with the tariff money, with the gold card, the energy sales, you name it. And you're going to see how the tariff money continually is going to rise as the borrowing from the Federal Reserve is going to start to decline. And at each mark, I do believe Trump's going to be looking at this saying, okay, we met this mark where we have enough to cover those people who are paying taxes, you know, $100,000 or less, or $150,000 or less, or $200,000 or less, whatever the number is. And I do believe this is when he'll probably.
There's a question for you, Jamie. Jamie, will you encourage Terry to not work after you get married? Ooh.
Yeah, my plan is to start my own business. So I don't think I make enough to be able to have children with Terry until I start a business. So yeah, obviously that would be.
Well, I don't know. I think we would be able to, but
it would be tough.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
I mean, we could.
I'd have to draw on my my thrifty side, but yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, we could move to. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we have options.
We could move to.
I mean, unless I don't want
We have to move.
I don't want to leave my job unless I get pregnant. You know.
I mean, I guess we could move and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could always move.
If we move to where I'm from, then that would probably work. But if we're living in the city area here, then it would be tough.
Yeah. We'll figure it out, though.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
My car is paid for, so for the most part. I guess I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think, but I don't know. I mean,
it'd be hard to support a child on my current salary or, pay. And
get a second job so you can let Cherry shop every weekend.
She'd never see me.
I know.
Ever. I already work really hard.
You'd be all tired. Oh, you'd be too tuckered out. Poor thing. And I'd have to have all your meals ready for you and planned.
Yeah.
No, I don't want you working that much. I'd rather have you around.
If we had like a passive income somewhere somehow.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'll have some of that set up. Yeah, I'm trying to set that up for myself now anyway. And, if I become pregnant, and then need to quit my job, I can always use that for my little spending money or something,
If the economy picks up, it wouldn't be that hard to start a business and make a good amount of money more, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it would be hard now. I mean, given
Yeah.
I mean, this is people don't really.
This
area has a lot of business that needs to be done, a lot of, especially things that you're good at.
Yeah. I've done my own contracting and had my own business in Washington State, but I don't know this area very well, so I'm learning the area.
Ooh, get more credit card. Guys, that's not good financial advice.
I
don't want to be in debt. I do like to shop, but not that much. Whoa, that's really? The best state in the country? You sure? What makes it the best
It's all
state?
right. There ain't a lot of stuff going on there. There's so much work here in this area, but there's advantages to moving to Idaho. I guess I could work at the mill, the lumber mill.
The mill. Real men get into debt for their wives. Oh. But when you're married, it's both of y'all's debt. I don't want to be in debt.
Probably have a little bit of debt.
I mean,
I'm trying to pay for everything in the wedding and stuff, but without going into debt. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm cautious about that. I don't want to go into. I don't want to be in debt. I don't want us to be slaves. Yeah. Life is fun. Debt just makes you go into debt. It needs to be for things that are essential anyway.
I
Because
have.
it does have
I have a little.
such disgusting stuff, Yoda. Gosh, I already ignored the first comment. Why you gotta say it again? Oh. Okay, let's finish this video. It's only a couple minutes,
over.
guys. Then we'll
make the announcement saying,
then we
okay,
can
it's
chat.
time to get rid of the income tax. And of course, Congress is going to have to do this. Now, do you think Congress, as it is right now, wants to take it to that next level? I don't
No.
think so. I don't think the rhinos, I don't think the D's, I don't think they're on board. I don't think those in the Senate are on board with that. I do believe we're going to have to wait until the midterms. Now, we might get the rescissions that Doge have put forth, and maybe that will go through. But again, if we're going to do this, if we're going to break free from the private West central bank system, we need to have total control. And this is the same as it goes with getting rid of the swamp creatures everywhere. We need total control of the system to break free from all of this. And I do believe this is why Trump is building this up. But he does have what he needs right now to take this to the next level, because if he didn't have this, taxes would have gone up. It would have been a complete and utter disaster. But now he has the ammunition, and he's going to move forward with all of this. And the central bank, you know what's happening. They're panicking. They're starting to realize their days are numbered. Those people that are laundering money, they realize that their days are numbered, which means they might try to push some type of an event to try to stop Trump. And this might happen during August, because normally when August comes around, Congress is gone, and basically it's the executive branch at this point, and they might try to do something, but we'll have to see how this all plays out, because usually August is a very, very hot month, and certain things happen during this period of time. So we'll have to see how this all plays out, but we could see that at this point in time, Trump now is continuing with his mission to move us away from the private central bank system. And I do believe in the end, no matter what happens with the event or whatever that happens, I do believe they'll try to slow Trump down. They'll try to blame things on him. But at that point in time, with everything that's happening with this bill that's passed, people are going to be on his side. He'll have the majority of the people. The people will say, okay, what do we got to do? And I don't think the deep state players, the central bankers, I don't think they're going to have the ammunition to shift the way people are thinking right now, because they're experiencing everything that Trump is doing. And when they see improvement after improvement after improvement, they see it, they experience it, they understand it. So it's going to be very, very difficult for the deep state players to actually convince people that he's to blame for all of this. It's just not going to work. Now, they might try to use it to get us to war or whatever, but I don't think that's going to work either. I think people are going to see through this. See, once the people are awake, they see a lot, they think logically, and they just don't believe anymore. Mm-hmm. And this is the problem the deep state, the central bankers are going to have right now, because no one's going to believe what they're saying. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Nice. That's so cool. We met that guy, huh, guys?
Yeah, we're pretty big.
Yeah, all we had to do was walk.
How many views did that have?
I don't know. Let me see. Get out of
this. This is Rumble, so it's gonna.
Rumble. Let's see. He has 781,000 followers on Rumble.
It doesn't tell you how many views there is.
3,000 likes. Doesn't say how many views. 62 comments. Oh yeah,
87,000 views. Wow.
Yeah, close to 87,000 views.
Oh, maybe we should pick up with this person.
I don't know. I don't need to get into all that. But yeah, it was interesting. It is cool. Yeah. All you got to do sometimes to meet people is just
walk around.
Go out to dinner. Explore your neighborhood. Go get you some.
How far did we walk?
It wasn't far. It's like it's not even a mile away, I don't think. Well, maybe it's about a mile away.
Wasn't a mile.
Little under a mile, maybe. What would you say?
Half a mile.
Half a mile, really?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe not.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
I mean, it was like what, 7 blocks?
No, it's more than 7 blocks. It's way more, yeah. Yeah, you just go outside. You never know who you might run into. I met the X22 report guy.
Yeah, he's just like, watch this.
Was Wildheart here? He said something really gay in the chat. Is he here?
Is that a given?
Don't lie. Don't lie about what? He knew you guys weren't typical Portlandians.
Yeah, probably.
What does a typical Portlandian look like?
Limp,
Limp? What else?
malnutritioned, a little bit.
Mm,
Skinny,
Wearing black.
Skinny fat.
black. Dressed in black, too.
They look like they need a. No, I don't know. I did notice from Idaho to here, like people seem limp. I don't know how else to say it. They seem like, and I mean that like, I just mean like tired. They look tired and like a sort of like mope. They mope around. And I'm like, I'm gonna like do good here. These people are like tired and moping around.
Well, I think that's part of the climate, too.
The culture too. I don't
The
know.
climate and the culture.
I don't mean to be mean. I just mean that they just look like they sit behind a desk all day and don't
Mhm.
like. I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean.
No.
I don't have a problem with black. It's not that. It's that they just look like pale and malnutrition. They look like a bunch of.
They look gay in black attire. What up, Clay?
I mean, not everybody, obviously. I'm just saying, like, like a large portion of people just seem like they're like.
Mark Zuckerberg? Why is Mama making an excuse for Portland transsexuals?
Who's Mama? Is that me? Or you?
I don't know. Was I making excuses for people? Well, I just know that the weather affects me a lot here. It was gray all last week and it totally got to me. I was starting to get really just depressed.
I was just, not all. But
Jamie,
most.
is that true? Do you hate blacks?
No.
He said, come on, man.
I like black people that are real Christians. I got a lot of Christians in my church that are black that are my friends. So, I don't know. I don't think about black people that way, I guess. It just doesn't strike me that way. I don't.
He said no.
All my black friends. All the
He
black
said
friends.
you never had one.
I don't hate you.
You never had one Negro friend. Whoa.
Not true.
He's just making things up.
Just making shit. I mean, you go to my YouTube
You hate
channel.
Jesse?
No,
I know
don't.
there's a lot
I
of
like
black guys
Jesse.
that come on your channel.
I have a lot of friends that are.
Should I drop the link? What do you guys think?
Okay.
Should we invite people in? Yeah, why not?
I do think what the guy was saying made sense. Hey, Nick.
Nick's in here. What up, Nick? Yeah, how would you describe the guy that we ran into? I thought he looked kind of alternative.
Yeah, he looked like he looked.
Yeah, he looked like, I don't know, he into like angry music.
I didn't expect his channel to be some sort of liberal thing. I think he would have like been virtue signaling.
Yeah, I thought he might be some kind of weird conspiracy theorist or something.
That's what that's when you have report in the name.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like.
Yeah, report. Well, I mean, hate report. Although his show is pretty. Jamie embodies alternative, says Nick. Dude, I suppose, yeah. I wonder if I do. Yeah, probably a bit. I don't know. Like, Yoda said that we didn't look like typical Portlanders, but I don't think we don't. I think I fit in here pretty well in terms of how I look. I wear maybe more color than a lot of people, but I don't look out of place. People stare at me?
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah. They're like,
I think I'm flamboyant. I get noticed. What's on your head? It's my hair.
in a bow.
It's in a scrunchie, and I put the bun on top, and it's just kind of like floppy. It looked cute when we went out earlier.
Oh, I was going to bring up something else that was interesting I saw today. Do you know there's people, it's been on the news. It's really weird. I just want to, maybe people don't care about this, but I find it interesting. Like, they're actually using this language of summoning. Like, there's these groups and they have video footage of what they're doing, and the people who do this, they literally contact aliens and they go out in groups and they like focus their mental thing on like they picture in the sky like aliens coming and as a group, and then they'll bring in like the guy was like a certain person will come in, the summoner they call it. And they're all like UFO enthusiasts. They're not like into the occult per se, right?
Yeah, they are. They just don't know.
Yeah, they just don't know it. And like there's like lots of evidence of this. They have it on recording, like weird anomalies, like that are like weird lights in the sky, and they're like cataloging the different things. They literally summon, and there's certain people that come in like a freaking wizard or like a witch, basically, but they don't call it that. And that person's particularly good at it. When that guy shows up and he focuses everybody's energy, they catch this stuff on camera. It's like,
what up, C-Sal?
Think about that, man.
Oh.
I do theology stuff, but I don't do it very much right now.
Well, you're working like
a lot.
Yeah.
Recently moved local to here, so full time and stuff. So
okay, let's see. Get the link here. Drop it in the chat.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, panhandle away Latin AI and Cali. Drop your little link. Drop your little Cash App. And people can donate to me, or you can Cash App me outside at T-Dog-Strange. Or not. Did Jamie get tan? Yeah, he's been working outside.
Yeah, I'm kind of tan. Painting houses and stuff. Get you tan.
She didn't burn him. She didn't burn him at all. She gave him the money.
Oh, she gave the money
like
back.
There was a misunderstanding, but she gave him the money back immediately. Like, but whatever.
I'm surprised more Christians aren't talking about this though, because it's like, this is crazy.
The alien deception thing is really common. I mean, there's like that chick from New Age to New Heart, Jacqueline, I can't remember her name exactly, Jacqueline Chin or something. She was into channeling aliens like since she was a kid, and she believed like that these creatures like were her friends and that kind of thing. So it's just it's just demonic deception. You know, they come from a different dimension, which looks like they're coming through the sky or something. Sometimes when these creatures come through, it's actually incredibly dangerous to be.
You see it in church history though, these stories recorded. Similar sort of language of how it occurs, and it's easy. And you hear the alien abduction stuff, and I'm sure a lot of it is fake, you know, and it's just like personal experience, and you know, it's like having a vision or like a dream, and like what's the difference between a dream and it's like these people, it's just like fantasy or whatever.
I don't think.
And you can dismiss that if you've never experienced it. You can second guess it if you have experienced it, depending on your worldview. But when you get a group of people together and they're trying to do it scientifically because they're a bunch of weird sort of like wanting aliens to exist, it's like a pseudo religion, and they actually are using cameras and being all organized about it, and then they're actually able to videotape anomalous lights in the sky when they're all focusing their energy on mentally bringing in an alien through telepathy or mental energy or whatever, however you're going to look. I don't believe in that kind of, you know, I don't know what to make of that, but when a bunch of people are desiring to contact creatures from another world, and it has nothing to do with, you know, it has deceptive aspects to it, and then they're able to do it, and then they can't explain how like these weird anomalous lights, which you still can't explain what it is, But when they're all focusing on doing that, and then they have this stuff on camera where there's these weird anomalous lights, and there's lots of examples of this. I mean, what do you do with that if you're like an atheist? Like there's these people out here saying they can summon UFOs, they pray to whoever, whatever, and then weird lights show up and they can catch it on camera. I mean, what more do you want? Like to realize there's a spiritual, I'm just thinking like the atheist thoughts on this. Like that's not all, those aren't all fake.
I think a lot of aliens, atheists, excuse me, would believe in aliens before they would believe in like God or the spiritual realm, which is really sad. There's no alien other when you forgive your mother. That's funny.
I just find it fascinating.
No, it's interesting.
Because they really do. I just think there's some really compelling evidence where like there's a video you can look up, this weird guy, and he's like it's like a pseudo biblical thing, and he thinks he's channeling God and angels, and they do it on ABC, and they're all like scoffing at the guy, and he seems crazy, and he starts just praying out loud, and then and the thing that shows up is just like a light in the sky, but it happens when the guy does it, and they're like, what the heck is that? The cameraman, it's like stuff like that. It's just weird. Obviously some of that's fake, I'm sure, but anyways, I thought that's fascinating. And the government's like looking at that.
Argolinus?
Stop it, boy.
Yeah, I guess Yoda doesn't find it compelling. I think it's interesting, but it's interesting how people get into all these different like things, whether it's aliens or like spirit contact or mediumship.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, they have a lot of
language.
Yeah, and they have a lot of similar like overlapping belief systems too. The alien thing is really big in the New Age as well. Like people believe
sort of overlaps.
They're from like that we're from like the planet Sirius, or they believe in star seeds that were like, or the chosen members of the New Age that are ascending or whatever the hell they think that they're some kind of alien seed, or that different people have different alien types in their bloodline. So some are reptilians and some are like, I don't know, like the Nordics or Andromedans and the tall whites.
Zeta Reticuli.
Yeah.
I'm not endorsing any of it. I'm just saying for people who don't believe in sort of a reality to the world, like there's actually some compelling, like hard evidence that people are actually contacting stuff. Because a lot of times when people talk about spiritualism, it's kind of like personal experience and, anecdotal evidence. But there's actual, in these circumstances, there's actual like video evidence of things that show up that don't make sense.
Well, I have to say, when I was an atheist, like very brief time in my life, I had all kinds of supernatural things going on, but I kept like gaslighting myself about it.
Yeah, like second guessing it.
And that was when I lived in that super haunted house. So I would be like having these weird experiences like regularly. And for whatever reason, I told myself it's just my imagination, or, I'm just not understanding what's really going on, because like,
yeah, you could still deny God. You could certainly deny the biblical God.
Well, it's not, people will gaslight themselves about something happening to them. Atheists will do that. They'll be like, they could have an apparition appear right before them, and they would gaslight themselves into thinking that it didn't happen. Or they could be like physically attacked by something, or they could have like something poltergeist activity, and they'll pretend like that it's not happening because they're so like.
It's very interesting.
It is. Yeah. They're blocked. They don't want to believe in God.
That's why I believe
and they
in
don't want to believe in the
voluntarism.
spiritual because they think that makes them stupid or something.
Doxastic realism is like,
Chariots of Fire. I never read that.
Doxastic voluntarism. You can choose to believe whatever you want. and then rationalize it after the fact.
I think so. A lot of people that believe in crystals and cards and astrology do believe in God, though. Like, I don't meet many atheists that are into that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, they won't believe in like the biblical God, but they'll believe that there is a creator God. You know,
Yeah.
they'll have some concept of God.
Well, I mean, in history, most
and the
people have.
spiritual. That's true. Yeah, me too. I agree with that, Argolinus. I mean, that's the thing. People are always like, "You want proof?" And I'm like, I can't prove it to
I
you
don't
that I
even
have
know.
this like
Proof?
experience. Yeah. How do I prove
It's-
to you that I have this thing happen? You can listen to me or not.
Yeah. You can.
No one clicked the link. I know. Not yet, but there's always time. When Saul consulted a spiritualist and called up Samuel. Ooh, spooky.
I have videos on that theology, by the way. I don't think it was Samuel, by the way.
Is that a real? I don't know if I trust this. Is that a real Napoleon Bonaparte quote, or is he just saying it to be funny?
That might sound like something I'd say.
I don't know much about his personal beliefs.
That's the Samuel.
There is some truth to there is some truth to that, though, isn't there? That people will like believe all kinds of nonsense, but if it's in the Bible, it's like, oh, I can't believe that. That's ridiculous.
Well, during Charles Darwin's day, that one dude was like his bulldog. What was his name? Charles Darwin's bulldog. He was like,
I don't know.
Or I think the guys who, some theologians, what were their names? I forget. They were like, we want an excuse to not believe Moses, because everybody believed the Bible or had reverence for it, at least in the past, you know, because it like directed society and like sort of morality of the culture of the West was at least somewhat biblical, and people had respect for the book even if they didn't live their faith or whatever, or even believe it. But now that's not the case, unfortunately.
Alas. Oh, heck, who is it? It's Chatard.
Nice.
Sweet. Hello, Josh.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
We found this. Oh, I better take down this banner. We met that guy. We met that.
Aren't we cool?
Yeah, we met somebody in real life who's a fellow conservative who loves what Daddy Trump is doing. What have you been up to?
Chilling like a villain.
Nice.
Hoping I don't got to take no penicillin.
Ooh.
Oh, you froze. You froze. Say that again. Can you hear me?
I never heard that one.
Oh, okay.
I hope I'm not having like internet connection issues again. That would be really irritating.
It might be my phone. My phone is really cheap and old. Maybe that's what
I know,
it
but
is.
my internet's been like buggy. It was buggy last time, and then like the past couple of days at work, my internet keeps going out randomly.
Oh, okay. Working good now. Sounds good now.
Okay, good. Yeah, where are you at tonight?
Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. You visiting
Way
Jeff?
down there. What the?
Yeah, Jeff. Well, I wonder where he's at. He's somewhere around here. Every state I go to, I think about one of the callers from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What they're up to.
Yeah, Ardeen.
David from Ocala was telling me about his cat today.
Oh yeah, he said his cat caught a lizard or something.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
And he said that she caught a lizard a long time ago that he's named Robert, that hangs around their property. She didn't kill it.
Hello. Really?
Yeah. And he said his cat, she's 15 years old,
Dang, that's old.
I suppose, but she's still killing. She's still out there hunting.
No way. She's laying down with arthritis and she's half blind, probably.
15 isn't that old.
Sure it is.
I've had cats that are that age and they're still hunting and being spry and having fun. David had too many wives. Indeed, he did.
David, come on the stream, David.
It's funny. It says he
Yeah,
loved
come
them.
on.
It says he loved them.
Yeah.
And in the Septuagint, the word for love there is the same one as agape love.
Mm.
I did it. I was talking to a theologian one time, and I was like, he's like, somebody had brought that up, and he's like, he did. I bet you. And I was like, I was on his live panel, and I was like, I wonder what kind of love is, because it says that in English, right? Like David loved his wives, plural. And I was like, because like in the New Testament, there's 4 different words that are translated love. There's like a erotic love, there's brotherly love, phileo, and then there's eros is erotic, which is like sexual, so it's not like real love, but like biblical love is like phileo, like brotherly love, or like agape. And I was like, I wonder what word for love is there. So there's, in the Old Testament, there's a thing called the Septuagint where they translated it into Greek. I was like, I wonder what the word in the Greek Septuagint it says for love there, and it's agape. So he actually loved his wives like with like in that sense. At least that's how the translators did it, which is interesting. I was hoping it was something.
Female cat should stay in the kitchen. No, they should be out hunting the mice on the property and the lizards and killing snakes and whatnot. Why else would you have a little raggedy cat hanging around your house unless it's to,
We got lots of mice in Idaho.
Yeah. Kill the mice and kill the vermin. Nero doesn't have to kill anything though. He just chills. Although if a fly gets in here, he'll be on it. He gets so proud when he catches a fly. He'll bring it over to me, and I'm like, "Good job, baby!" And it's all wet, because he was
like hack it up on your pillow.
No, he usually brings it to me at my feet. Although he might bring it into the bed.
Yeah.
He hasn't though, because I don't know. I've only seen him hunt flies at night, but like in the summer, I'll usually like leave the door open, the balcony, and then there'll be like flies that will get in here. Corgis are the best.
Those are the short-legged dogs, right?
Corgis are interesting. I didn't know
their legs are like
yeah,
short. They're kind of big.
They're herding dogs. I didn't realize that until one actually started herding me.
That's what Amber has.
Oh yeah, she does, doesn't she?
His legs are so short. Like her dog's really old, so it like has arthritis, and so it can't jump into the car. So they have like a ramp for the dog, so it can get in the car because it can't jump.
I don't agree with that, because like in the animal kingdom, when you look at lions, it's the females that are the hunters.
Yeah.
The men just sit around like looking pretty. Female cats are really good killers. I remember the first time I saw my cat Midnight catch a shrew and kill it. I never looked at my baby the same ever again.
How do they torture them?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
She tortured it, and then she finally like ended it with this, like she swallowed it whole. And I remember just seeing like it slide in, like head down, and the tail like gets slurped up by her. No, it was dead by that point.
Its little feet were going, meh.
No, it was dead.
I seen my cat catch a hummingbird. It was awful.
No, a hummingbird? How'd she catch the hummingbird?
I was looking out in the yard. The hummingbirds would come diving down from the tree, down the fence, because I had a hummingbird feeder. I even caught a hummingbird once. They hit the window, and it was like perched on my finger. It was so cute. Mm-hmm. And they would kind of dive low, and I had this section where I was growing a bunch of grass, like ornamental grass that was tall, and so they're all packed in there tight. And the bird came zooming down, and it swooped over the grass, and my cat was hiding in there. I didn't see her. And she jumped up, like when they jump up and their bodies just kind of like flip around because they're just trying to jump really high. She did that. She was like, woo, she's like flipping around, and she caught it facing right at me. And the bird was like this, the hummingbird, and she bit it from the back, and its wings were like this, and its head was going out, and she just and then went down, and just like, I was like, oh my God.
Whoa.
It was crazy. It was terrible. I hated it.
I know.
Or the bird will be like
terrible. Why was it terrible?
I don't know.
It's just hard because like you feel guilty, I think, with your cat like killing all these animals. Like I remember, or it's really bad when they bring a bird into the house and it's not dead yet, and then it escapes from them, and then you have this bleeding, like flapping bird flying everywhere, and you're like, oh my god, just kill the damn thing,
Yeah.
you know, because you can't catch it. The thing's already injured. It's awful.
Yeah.
I got a soft spot for animal suffering. I admit, like, I don't like it.
I like though that cats, you know, keep the vermin down and keep
Yeah.
your property kind of not getting
Yeah.
destroyed by, you know, small animals.
It's
Should
necessary.
female cats join the military too?
I would like to
Cats
see.
and I don't know. I don't really have a position on cats in the military. Should male cats be in the
I
military?
don't think I want cats in the military.
I don't want Nero in the military.
I guess female cats could they could put like a little thing around their neck to like transfer messages to the front lines.
I don't want cat getting blown up by some like shrapnel or. Can you join? Who's Aaron G?
I don't know.
Yeah, join Aaron. Yeah, he's cool.
join.
He's being hate. He's
Get
being
up.
hate chat all the time.
Oh yeah, Aaron G. That's right. Come on up, Aaron.
Did you pin it?
Yeah, I pinned it.
It's pinned.
Link is pinned.
This is the Hake Report fan club group.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Ardeen.
Support group. Yeah, Ardeen hasn't called in a while.
Yeah.
She's pretty great.
She called Jesse a jackass.
Yeah, yeah.
She called Jesse a jackass.
I wasn't even mad.
How could you be mad? That's so funny.
Yeah, we didn't even judge her. She didn't even mean any harm by it.
I love that he doesn't judge people when they like get that.
He doesn't judge nobody. Yeah, that's the best. That's what Hake does. Hake gonna take anybody's call. Just no judgment, as long as you're respectful. You know, at least that's what it's all about. You know.
The hummingbird's head in the bird's mouth and flies away with the cat. Wouldn't that be an interesting image?
Yeah, I can see that.
That would be a funny like cartoon.
Hummingbirds are beautiful.
Keysmo wants us to join and be really anti-Semitic, but we're not.
Yeah.
Can I have a day off from the Jews?
We saw that today, didn't we?
Yeah, we saw the Free Palestine crazies, and they were also being anti-police brutality.
Yeah, they're also like, let's
What up,
Hello. Elon Musk and stuff.
Oh yeah, something about Elon Musk. They were out every Friday. That group has met since I've lived in Portland. There's been a group of people that goes to Pioneer Square and has a little rally about freeing Palestine. It has never stopped.
You should post a video of that.
Well, I didn't take video of them. I didn't want to even talk to them.
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, man.
We're good. How you doing?
Amazing.
Little Dicky.
Little
Dicky in the house.
Everyone saw you on live in the Discord, Terry. So people are joining, I think.
Cool.
Oh, cool. What up?
What is Nick's Discord like? I've never been in there. I don't even have a Discord. I'm like a boomer. I don't know what Discord is.
I have a Discord.
There are no boomers in there.
It's been pretty dead lately. I haven't been going on there.
It's very interesting, man. It's like we have decent talks. Sometimes it's like just people fighting, but we do have interesting talks. You know, like talk about some Jesse type stuff and all that. You know.
We watched a movie in there one time.
I'd recommend everybody join it. Really.
You're talking about Nick's the Anchor Baby Discord?
Yeah, Nick.
The Hanger. It's a good one. I've had fun when I popped in there from time to time, and it is good conversations.
Word.
I never go on Discord.
I know, me neither. I'm a boomer.
It's common.
I'm a boomer.
Oh, hey, Aaron.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Whoa.
Just listen.
I can't believe it. We did it. We made it.
You guys made it over.
Nice.
Oh, no.
What's happening? Hold up.
And he got the
Proceeding.
mic and everything. You
Whoa.
official, Aaron.
I had to turn off the YouTube. I was hearing myself echo, man.
Clear
So
as
what's
day.
what are the rules here? Are we?
Shrimp.
This is YouTube, so
It's gonna happen. What are the rules?
yeah.
No cursing like
Um,
hate. The same rules on the hate report. No cursing. Keep it clean. This is a Christian stream.
Really?
Go ahead. And Terry is the boss. And Jamie is the boss.
Good catch.
Jamie will step in to moderate if I can't. But
He's
he's
a mod-
teaching, he's teaching me how.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The real leader
Before
serves.
before I met him, I didn't know that I could just say like, okay, you talk now, you talk. when people are
True
talking over each
leadership
other.
is service.
That's true. Wow. That's deep, Jamie.
Thank you.
This show's amazing.
So are you guys Terry, were you watching Joel's stream where I super chatted about marriage and like whether you should do it legally or not?
No?
That's a good topic.
Oh, that's better.
Well, yeah, are you guys
That's how I see myself.
gonna get legally married or just do your own thing?
We're gonna get
Better.
legally married?
Wow.
In a church and everything.
Yeah.
Before God, and a pastor's going to officiate
Amazing.
all the
Yeah. All
Oh
that.
my.
All that.
Did you guys see me change the settings of my camera the whole time?
No.
Good time.
Oh,
Didn't
was
see
really
a
cool.
thing, Aaron.
So why do you guys want to do it legally?
Well,
Yeah,
for a
like-
number of reasons.
oh
Well,
sorry.
I don't think it's a marriage if it's not legal. So
Dang.
that to me, I wouldn't enter into an arrangement like that. That wasn't legally binding.
Mm.
Because other than that, it's not marriage. It's just, people pretending.
What's
Hey,
up?
Galahad,
Hello.
Hey,
how you doing?
doing
You
great.
said that-
How are you?
You said
How are
you said the legality of it is what makes it a marriage?
That's a complicated
mean-
question.
Why is it
Yeah,
complicated?
legally
why?
speaking, yeah, it does.
Because the way the church and the state mix that there.
What do you mean?
You do it in a church, and it's a governmental contract, I guess.
Yeah.
Pay Caesar his due.
So
Pay Caesar his
It's not
due.
just that. I've had friends who've been in long-term relationships with someone they lived with, and then the person just, had something happen and died really rapidly. And their family was able to come in and take assets from them and stuff like that. So I just think,
But why is it
as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather have a legal arrangement where, we're both in it, and locked down.
But this sounds like the sustaining the practicality of it and how it exists in the world. But you're saying that the my earlier question was is it the legality of it which makes it a marriage? I'm pretty sure I said that. Maybe my wording has changed because
Yeah, in many respects, yes.
I think more about I guess the reason I hesitated to say the way I did is because I think the legality of it kind of makes you make a commitment that you're held responsible for legally in a certain sense, and then
that's interesting.
But the thing I
What
think
you just brought
that
up.
really matters is sort of the commitment you make before God, and that's
Right.
something to do with the state.
Well,
So I take
That's
that
fair.
more seriously, but I think the governmental aspect or the legal aspect of it is important too.
But I feel like the former thing you said contradicts with the latter, because the former thing you said is that the legality of it pushes you to make it. I think you said pushes you or it influences you to make the commitment, right? Do you remember you saying that? Something like that?
I don't
Nathan?
think I mean it that way. I would just say it's sort of adds to the commitment.
How?
Makes you responsible before the law.
How?
You have to.
Oh, before the law.
you have
Oh,
to-
before the
yeah,
law. Before the law.
If you are to sever the marriage, then there's protocols you have to go through.
But this is no. What Jamie said was responsibility before the law, which of course yes. But the former thing that you mentioned was that it adds commitment to the marriage, not to your responsibility before the law. So That's what I was saying, is how does the legality of it add anything to the marriage?
I guess it doesn't have, you know.
I mean, it just does. I don't think it, I think that's evident just looking at people's relationships and, you know, what I've seen.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
Majority
like,
of it, yes.
I look at, like, I'm observing it from like observing people over time. The people that are legally married are in real marriages, and the people that are in a spiritual marriage or like saying they're married when they're not are not in the same relationship.
I guess the legal part holds you accountable. In other words, I wouldn't get a prenup.
But don't you think that that your relationship with God holds you more accountable than what some people can do to your finances and stuff like that?
I think it
And
should.
your property?
I think it should, yeah.
And
What did
also,
Joel say,
Terry,
Kel?
Terry,
Well, no, but I'm concerned. What if something happens to me or him,
Right.
and then
Yes.
he doesn't
Yeah.
have easy access to everything that's legally his, or
Right.
me, vice
Yeah.
versa? I don't.
Yes.
We're going in for our lives, you know.
Well,
We want to
that's
have
a-
kids together if possible. Like, we want to make sure that if the event something happens, that we're both safe.
I want to mention,
and
by
our
the
kids
way,
are safe.
I wasn't really talking about your guys' marriage. It was just the concept of marriage, by the way.
No problem.
Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation.
I mean, I think
Yeah, yeah.
ultimately
I-
marriage is it's God's first kind of like covenant, right? It's his first thing he created with man.
It's a creation ordinance.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
I
there's
don't know.
something kind of just in our nature about it that transcends the state, time, you know? But
It's one of the few things God implements for his creation of those made in his image before the fall occurs.
what's true? Marriage existed before the fall.
So it was intended for his creation who bear his image. And then throughout scripture, he likens
You know,
relationship to humanity as a
Man.
marriage.
and I wanted to say, I don't think it's wrong to get married before the state, especially for like tax purposes or like Terry said, like possession and what if something happens to whatever. I just think that a lot of people, maybe 99% of people that think that's important, they're putting more to it than what it actually is. They're not doing it just because of those things you mentioned. It's almost like they're doing it, like Terry said, that to have a real marriage, to legitimize it, or to be held accountable. And like, if you're doing those things before God, that's what really matters, right? So it's fine to get legally married, but for the purpose that you do it, that's what matters to me.
Sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I will say I don't take people seriously that say they're married that aren't. Like, if you were married, you'd get it legally done.
Did Joel say he went to the courthouse or no? What did he say to
I
your
think
super chat?
they got married in bond, didn't they?
I'm very,
I think Jesse married them.
Yeah, I think Jesse did.
I think I totally
That's not
agree with
romantic.
Terry on this. I think people should make that commitment to prove that they're serious. But I also agree with what you're saying about the important thing is about commitment between you and that person before God. That's what really matters. But I think if you're not willing to do the other thing, a lot of people are really just skirting the responsibility that they should take when they take on that responsibility and that commitment. But I'm really strongly thinking, I do think church and state should be separate, but marriage is one of those things where I think it's an exception and it makes sense for them.
Can I say one thing?
Please.
I was gonna say I like that example you gave about God and his covenant.
Mhm.
And I was gonna say his covenant itself is like kind of a relationship. The way his covenant is implemented on earth is an example in and of itself of his relationship, like the interface between man and God. Does that make sense? Or am I off somewhere?
It's one of the biggest metaphors in scripture. Most theology in the Bible, throughout the Old and New Testament, can be traced back to Genesis 1 through 11. That's a understood thing by all scholars for many centuries. And the metaphor is used even in Jesus talking throughout the Old Testament prophets. God is constantly talking about, he uses languages like his people are going whoring after other gods. He makes, what is it, Hosea marry a prostitute to represent how his people are going astray.
Yes, representations. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so if you like first through the spirit, if the marriage is together through the spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
First, everything else will be used to implement the marriage on earth, the practicality of it.
Right.
But those things themselves don't authenticate the first thing. You know what I'm saying? So like if you know how some people, and then it's interesting because I know where you guys are coming from. Some people take exactly what I just said to two extremes. Either they'll be like, no, it's only its manifestation on earth that makes it legit, and the other way is they go, no, it's only through the spirit. We don't even need a priest. Matter of fact, you know what I mean? It's like two ways that they go, but it's actually together. First, it's through the spirit, and then you do the priest thing or whatever, and then maybe some churches do like a contract thing or whatever. You know what I mean? It starts to unfold that way.
I think what matters is whether it's revealed to you that is the thing to do, instead of just simply your understanding or what you know, because you're what you know and what you see examples of this or that give you certain indications, though that it might be true to some extent, but it's not true to its core. And I think that God would let you know you need to be married before the state, and then you agree with it. You don't have your mind made up, wait for a confirmation and then go through with it, right? So personally, what I would do is just wait and see what God would tell me to do, that it's right to get married before the state. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think we're already there.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I'm not talking about you guys. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking about marriages.
Yeah, same here. You guys have your own personal thing going on. I don't know what God has revealed to you guys. I don't know all those details, but
can I say one thing in the middle of all this? Yo, is that Chat Tart? Are you mildly attractive, Snake Pit Chat Tart? Is that you?
Yeah, that's
bro?
Yeah, that's
wow.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
That's awesome, bro. Nice to see you, man. That's cool.
Man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's me.
So Terry, I noticed sometimes you have some of the people from the Snake Pit in here as well.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's awesome.
This is the fan club. This is the Hake Report fan club.
So I'm gonna be on here forever now on YouTube. Just all this forehead will be here, huh?
I mean, yeah, shout out to the chat. We got Matthew here. We got CSAL, Golden Rule TV, Argalunas.
Oh, they're in the chat. But how come I can't see? I can't see the chat while I'm in this weird. Oh, I gotta mute the video and see that. Oh, I'm so stupid.
Yeah, you can mute it and open on Facebook.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Tar Baby Yoda.
Wow, Tar Baby Yoda, bro. What?
Yoda's too scared to come on.
You modded everybody.
Yoda coming on.
Terry, you modded everybody.
I tried to. What up, Chris?
What?
We even got Chris.
Pinocchio's helicopter. Yo, can I give a shout out to Pinocchio's helicopter?
Of course.
I mean, I already did, right? You know what I mean? Wow.
Yeah, I guess he didn't.
That's amazing.
We got Zenny, for goodness sake.
Zenny, bro. Man.
Zenny is kind of a sad story, you know. He's
no. Yo, Lin Yan Shin calls Joel the Prince of Prance. Zenny is the Prince of Prance, homie.
That's true.
My God, have you seen his? I'm subscribed to his YouTube. That boy be dancing, bro. Like
they gotta have a dance battle. Zenny and Joel gotta have a dance battle.
And then that's how they'll come back together. Let's set it up. They'll squash it. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
But Zenny used to be a Bond watcher and stuff. I haven't seen him around for years now. Maybe
he mentioned it, and then maybe Zenny can clarify. But he mentioned it. He mentioned
I know Joel blocked him, but did everyone else block him too?
That's what he said, because he appeared only on.
Zenny was talking smack about Joel's marriage or something.
I don't know. That's alleged rumor stuff.
Jenny, you
I don't
can
know
tell
about
us
that
what
stuff.
you said.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but look, Zenny was a hater though for a long time. So
Well, no, you know what? I hated on Zenny too. I'm not gonna lie, because he hated on Halloween, and that's my birthday, bro. And I was like, bro, I was like, yo, man, you gotta chill with that Halloween slanders. And I don't know if you can see me hear me right now. You definitely can hear me.
But
But-
Zenny, you deserved it, bro. Don't act like a victim. You
I don't
deserved
know.
it.
I don't know the
he
drama. I
did
don't know. I don't
too.
know.
But he's been out about his marriage for a couple months now. But yeah, they kind of kept it quiet, which is cool.
We gotta get Ling Yin Chin on stream, man.
I'm
Ling Yin
glad-
Chin.
I'm glad
If you
Joel
want,
I mean,
That's
Ling-
fine.
You know, you could always tell that Joel wanted to find a wife, and
It would be cool to talk to Lin Yun Chin because when black and Asian
Cool
genes
microphone.
mix, that's the crazy thing that happens. Like
Been a
that's a
fan
very
for a long time.
unique. That's
Which
a
one?
unique individual, you know.
When what and what
Like
mixes?
When black and Asian genes mix, it makes a very unique individual.
oh dang, Zenny calling
Like
you
what?
out. Here.
Dang. Wow, bro.
I don't have the power
It's
to
still a
ban.
love stream, bro.
I don't have the power to ban people from Bond. I promise you that.
Tell Zinni you
Whoa.
love Zinni, we love you, bro. It doesn't matter. We don't care about none of that. This is a love stream. I love everybody here. We love Zinni, we love Ling Yin Chin, and we love everybody. Even Maze and Ardeen.
What about Aaron?
I definitely love Maze.
What about Aaron? No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
No, we hate you, Aaron. Except Aaron.
Aaron, no, that's
We
fair.
hate
That's
Aaron.
fair.
But Chris, I just want to react to Chris's comment. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. That wasn't the
Oh.
whole, you know. So
Oh, come on, guys. This is whack. I just okay. I think this is
Yeah,
whack.
I think
This is a whack
Joel-
conversation, bro.
Joel had been kind of really. Whoa!
I think this is
He's
really
out with
whack.
the Gossip.
Oh
He's
my
out with
gosh.
gossip. I didn't know that. Ooh,
Chat
no,
hard, man. Save us. You got something interesting
I
to
don't
say?
know.
Man? This is
you guys.
Yeah,
Terry,
yeah,
this
what the
gossip.
what's
Terry?
going
Gossip
on,
is
man. There's no validation here for anything that's going on in the comments. I disavow disavow any of the things going on in the
She's
comments.
like, it's true though.
Let's talk about some. I don't know, man. What's coming to you guys?
Yeah,
mind?
no, that-
maybe
that was-
maybe there's nothing else left to talk about.
I mean, I can't blame her. I
I don't know what
don't
you
let
mean.
your boyfriend get in the way of your husband. You know,
All right.
Wow, Terry.
Okay.
I'm just telling the truth.
Well,
Is this kind of gossip? Is it gossip or are they public
100% gossip. This is all 100% gossip.
This is gossip.
This is 100%
ego.
gossip,
We
man.
shouldn't gossip about people.
Yeah, bro. Come on.
don't
I'm
know
just
that.
saying, I was just saying.
You can't
Yeah.
help it. I know it's tough. It's like you know what it's like? This is a good conversation. Gossip to females.
Gossip. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like-
that's a good conversation. It's
it's
tough
like
on
sex
females.
to men. Yeah, it's like
Yes,
sex to men. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%. I can see
Evil.
it. Like
But,
Because,
but
you
guys
know-
can't help it.
you can see it in their eyes, and you can also see it. Everything changes. They'd be like, if they catch wind of gossip, they'd be like, hold on a second. They'd be like,
You're horny for gossip.
Knowledge is poison.
sorry, baby Yoda. I think I think
You're right.
Nick would win that
You're right.
personally.
you're right. He's 100%
Nick
right.
versus Joel in a fist fight.
I think Nick's gonna win that one.
No,
That's the hell out.
Nick
Did
Nick
you see-
definitely not win.
Did you see the way? Did you see the way Joel threw that turtle into the sea? That was zesty, you know. That was a bit zesty. So
Yeah, but the thing with
Now
Now
the
they're
thing
talking
is,
about getting a dog. I'm like, after what you all did to Pete, what's gonna happen to the
this is
dog?
terrible, man. This is terrible. What's going on,
you
Terry?
know that's not gossip, Aaron. What?
This is not cool, man.
I'm trying to think who I think would win. That's tough though.
Well, I
Not
like the fact that everybody is gathered
Joel
here.
fights like Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel's in pretty good shape though. Like, but just because a guy has muscles doesn't mean he knows how to fight. But I don't know.
People are
He's kind of skinny fat.
I think it would be unwise to.
But he's
uh,
Colombian,
Skinny guys
so
are
he
always the
probably
best
stabbed a
scrappers.
guy.
Skinny guys can always scrap.
All right. Well, hey, Terry, it was great. Thank you.
Nice.
Aaron,
That was awesome.
We're not
Nice to meet you,
getting.
man.
I'm happy for you guys, Terry and Jamie. I didn't know you guys were getting married and all that stuff. So that's really great, man. Hey, I wish you guys well. That's awesome. That's great.
Oh,
That's awesome. Chatar, man, it's nice seeing you. That's dope, bro.
Yeah, I'll see you in the chat, man.
All right, man. I'll see you. Thanks, guys. I
Yeah, man.
appreciate the opportunity.
Bye, man.
All
Have a
right,
good
man.
one.
I wanted to ask Aaron if he thought Chatard was black or not.
Oh.
You black. You black.
He black. He black.
You were black. I thought you were mixed, Kel.
No,
You just got
Oh.
curly. You got the Jew
He's
fro
a-
going.
He's a Jew.
I'm not a Jew. What the? Well,
I wanna be a Jew.
I
love
wish
the
I was. I wish I was a Jew. I think.
I wish I was a Jew too, man. Jews are cool, man.
You're
I
just
wish
Jew
I
inwardly.
was,
I'm
'cause
inwardly a Jew.
People always accuse me of it, so I'd just be like, yeah.
You do look kind of Jewish, Terry. Not gonna lie.
And Frank. Shout out, Anne Frank.
My little Irish monkey.
Why? What was that disapproval, Terry? Why are you shaking your head?
Because I think I look like what I am.
Irish.
Yeah, that's not. I
Yeah.
mean, it's,
And so it's kind of
Diary.
like, oh, what about
You
me
know-
being Jewish? I don't know. Just the dark
I don't
features.
see a difference between Jewish and white. I really don't see. It's kind of like Japanese and Chinese to me. I can't see a difference between Japanese and Chinese. I can't see a difference between Mexican and
I look
Colombian.
Slavic. I do not look Slavic. Give me a break. I do not look Slavic.
Well, I mean, Jews are like multicultural. I mean, it's so what is?
They're white. They're white, right?
Well, there's black Jews and there's Middle Eastern Jews. I mean,
Yeah, but generally they're white. It's like Irish is white. Jews
Yeah.
are white the same way Irish are white.
it's complicated because they're a mixed multitude coming. out of
Meaning they're
Egypt,
not
too.
normal white.
Well,
But
remember,
that's like saying like, okay, Colombians are not normal Mexicans. They're still like, I see them all as Colombian, Mexican, Brazilian. I see them all as the same.
what makes you a Jew? Being a child of
We
Abraham.
are too, Father Abraham.
Well, everybody is
I
a
mean-
child of Abraham.
I mean, all the Muslims supposedly come from Ishmael, and he's son of Abraham. So it's like,
Those are Arab. Muslims are Arabs.
Well, educate us about the Jews then, he black. Chris
It's
says
hard
he's
to-
a normal white, but
Or it's like, he black is Ghanaian. He black is African. But we don't know the difference between black and African. It's the same. But blacks and Africans don't to us, we don't want to be associated with them, and they don't want to have nothing to do with us. They hate us.
American
But
black
we're all
folks,
still black.
they have a
Amer-
little bit of white in them, and then also
Yeah, American blacks are different, Chatard. Like, because I grew up in South Africa, right? I grew up in South Africa, and bro, like the beard you have, blacks
Mhm.
can't grow beards like that. Like, well, not blacks, but African blacks. They can't grow beards like that.
This is like a white beard, isn't it? I got
Yeah.
white. Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
interesting.
and I think the many years of slavery too,
Yeah,
and like
just have segments.
you know with the whole slavery thing and like the way they favored certain traits of certain blacks. I think over time American blacks got a lot taller and stronger, and like that's why you guys have really good genetics. But in
Yeah.
Africa, there's like a lot of them are short,
Right.
But
Like
Neil,
white.
isn't that because they don't have proper food?
Maybe that's a part of it, I guess.
Milk,
Probably.
with like all the hormones in it, like we have here, or Twinkies or anything good to eat. They have to eat. Apparently, they have to eat like hippos and elephants.
they eat baboons.
No, they were saying somebody called in the Hake report today and said that they've approved like in a few countries that people can hunt elephants because they're like having a food shortage, so they can eat elephants and hippos and zebras.
I mean, there is grocery stores there. I mean, I think there's some tribes, in the middle of nowhere, but
No, well, it's only in a couple countries, but they're having some kind of like food shortage or something.
Well, the thing with the Jews is look like there's a
So
general
what?
sense of like Jewish people that's obviously like, but there's many different I don't know the right words. I'm not like an expert or anything. I'm just saying like,
Yeah, I heard they're like inbred a little bit because they've been around each other for so long, so they're a little bit in. That's what Ari
well,
Shafir
there's
said.
different groups that become converted to Judaism historically, and then and they're different from different ethnic backgrounds. So like, that's all I'm saying. So it's like, what is a Jew technically? Is it if you take it somewhat religiously develops, and then there's people groups that come out of that religious group that have historical status as being Jewish. It's like, what is a Jew technically? Like, what makes you Jew? Being directly related to Abraham? We're all directly related to Abraham at this point with genetically. So it's like,
well, Jamie, this is interesting what you're saying. The mainstream Jewish belief is that because Abraham had 12, well, technically had 13 sons. One was Ishmael, right? But other than Ishmael, he had 12 other sons, and they all started their own tribe of Israel. And what the Jews believe is that each one of his sons is where the races came from, because they looked a bit different, and then they moved across the earth and like populated the earth. And like one of his sons went to Africa, one of his sons went to Asia, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, there's groups that think certain people groups are Jews, and I don't accept that. Like,
so we're all Jews?
Depending on how you,
I see the Jews as white people, and I see Jesus was a white man, and the Jews in Israel, they're the only white people surrounded by a bunch of Arabs. That's why they're so hated. And
if you try to make it just genetic, it's like it's everybody's.
And they're great. They're great at what they do. They make a beautiful society similar to white people.
All those theories
that's
about
why they're hated.
The British being the reals, that's just like that's a total stupid misunderstanding of like how genetics work. Like technically we're all related to Abraham at this point. Like you're related to everybody by like 6 degrees, like technically, and like the way genealogies work, the way they like say your mother has to be Jewish, that's not like historically biblical. It's like, but there is a people group that come out of the first century, you know, that and then there's large parts like with the Ashkenazis and stuff, and like it's so complicated and convoluted in my opinion. Like, what is a Jew really? Like, and then you tie that to your theology and eschatology, depending if you're a dispensationalist, you think it's like the people that live in Israel. Like, well, what if what makes somebody a Jew? That's, to me, it's missing the whole point of what the Bible's trying to say. But then you have like the political sense of what Jews are. Like, I'm pro-Israel, but it has nothing to do with my biblical position on eschatology. It just has to do with like, geopolitics. So like,
and he comes for nothing else.
I wanted to say something to you, Chatard. I want to say something. The reason I say Jews are not white is because white people are the only race that they can have blonde hair and blue eyes, green eyes, ginger, like they have red hair. You know what I'm saying? And the Jews, the ethnically Jews, they don't have any of those variations. They don't have like green eyes or blonde hair and stuff like that. You know, so.
Really, this is how I see it. Jews, they make a great society. They're good at what they do, and that's why they're so hated. They're the best at it. And similarly, white people are hated because they're the best at it. They have that deep talent, which makes people hate them.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of like people live in either all the celebrities, all the black celebrities, they move in either white people's neighborhood or Jewish people's neighborhood in America. Once they get rich, it's either a white or Jewish neighborhood.
Yeah, it's convoluted because there's you can talk about Jews ethnically from a historical perspective, and then but that's mixed with sort of the religious, culture. Yeah. It's a cultural thing that's tied to the
But that's kind of like Italians. Like religion. Italians have their own culture. They're kind of like Irish and Italians, right?
Yeah, and you could kind of.
I just think that there are different types of white people.
You could be that without being related, just culturally in a sense. But that's sort of like we think of that as sort of like, like posturing or whatever. But like it's kind of true, right? Like your family marries into an Irish family or a traditional Italian family, and then like that family's just married into it.
Italians are not black.
So like it depends on what you mean. Like the ethnic gets tied to the sort of the cultural, and it's like it's just.
Italy has plenty of African immigrants in it right now, and the white people living there are pissed off. So don't say they're black.
Columbus was Italian, right?
Yeah.
Christopher Columbus, yeah, he was Italian, right?
He was a great man.
Christians are Jewish because the religion comes from Jews. In the
That's
first
right.
century.
We're a
That's why they call it
Judeo-Christian nation.
Judeo-Christian. It's biblical.
Right.
Me too, Argalunas. Me too.
But Jamie, that's why it's interesting to me when Christians talk about how the New Testament is like so different from the Old, and that we don't have to follow the Old Testament and stuff anymore. But if you ask them about stuff like the Ten Commandments, they'll say we still have to follow that. You know, so it's
Some
so
won't say that even.
it's so yeah. Some don't even say that. So it's so interesting. It's like, what's going on? Like, what the?
I know. Well, I'm an Adventist, so I don't separate them as much as most Christians.
Chris,
I don't separate them at all. Personally, I don't separate them at all.
Well, there's a new covenant, but it's like, what's the difference? That's the big question. Like,
Yes.
what's the difference? And is there a separation between old covenant and new covenant people? I don't think there is I think the new covenant replaced the old covenant. And it was so my view would be that God calls a certain people group to come in and prepare the way for Jesus, who's the plan to call back all the nations to God. And he did that through the Jews in the first century. And some people kind of say, depending on your eschatology, they'll kind of want to separate the Jews because the way they want to read like end time stuff. I would say the first century is the fullness of God's plan to send Jesus through the Jewish people who were a specific people, but you could join it even if you're outside. There's a mixed multitude, but then the new covenant was like God's ultimate way of like bringing Jesus into the world, and then that is the way Jesus sends them out to call the nations back to God's ways. Now, what the question is like, how much of the ways of God that are in part of that old covenant that was with the Jews should come into the new thing that's for all humans to call them back? That's the big question. Certainly.
Well, I feel like Christ answered that question on the Sermon on the Mount, because there's a part where he speaks on the law and he says that anyone who sets aside the least of these commands will be called the least and teaches others accordingly will be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But those who keep these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Whoever teaches and does them shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
That's 5 through 7. It's pretty, I use that in my teachings all the time. But the question
I thought they were just all replaced by the new commandment. Love God with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself. That's really that's the main one.
It's not wrong, but those are actually quotes from the Old Testament. That's Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus.
Yes, exactly. Oh, Jamie, what the heck, bro? You're smart, man. What the?
Jamie knows his Bible.
Jamie's a legend.
I'm a hardcore thumper, dude.
Jamie's a legend.
I want to adjust Chris's comment because he's like on one lately. He's got his new diet and now he's talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. He thinks that we're way past our prime for reproducing by the time we finish school. Is that true? I don't think that's true.
Well, watch what I do to Terry over the next year.
I don't know. Chris was talking. You remember someone? I can't remember whose show it was, but we were talking about how people got married at like 13 and stuff and all this.
Yeah.
And Chris was advocating for that, saying like, that's okay and stuff. I'm like, what's going on?
That's how the Jews do it. Or the Jews say you're 13, you're a grown man in the Jewish world, right? Or something like that.
Chris said more power to you.
Well, I mean, look, it's just a fact that about, at least for men, you start 25, you're at your prime, I think.
Yeah.
Terry doesn't like that. But.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I don't like it. I just.
Sarah was 99 and Abraham was 100.
I don't know.
Abraham was 100. Sarah was 99.
When I was 25 and I was so unhealthy
physically,
I don't feel
you reach full maturity at 20.
Yeah. I think that's scientifically
That's true.
accurate,
So
right?
hold
I'm
on.
pretty sure that's scientific.
Yeah, well, but then
Yeah.
it's like,
Well, adult
wasn't Melania Trump like 38 when she had Barron? She's like 38 or something. She was a late, and then Trump was like in his 60s.
Medical science makes older births, I think, more feasible now. I don't think it's like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't now or that you have to have it at
No.
25. I just think
mean,
ideally that is probably the easiest.
I think it's good to just be nuanced about it because
Yeah.
like you don't want to discourage people who maybe are past their prime from
Sure. Yeah.
like I mean, you know, maybe you weren't in the right space or time, you know, if it was supposed to happen, it would have. So maybe
Sure.
you will find someone and you can have a family. So like,
I just mean generally on average, the ideal physical point is probably, you know, in your late 20s.
Whoa, Chris, chill out, Chris. You don't have to be so.
Exceptions aren't the rule.
I'm just saying it's, you know, that's not the sin of. I mean,
Chris, chill.
I don't know. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her getting married at 13.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
but
I
guys,
don't want her like hitting like her bloods and being like, okay, you're ready to find a husband now. Like, no.
but Terry, but Terry, it's worse than that because if I had a daughter that was 13 and she wanted to marry another 13-year-old boy, yes, it would be weird, but I'd be way more okay with that than a 13-year-old girl marrying a 20-year-old guy. What the heck? And that's what Chris was talking about before in the other shows, was like an older guy marrying like a very young woman. Like, to me, I think everybody knows that's like wrong, you know? What the heck?
And Chris, you being a pedo?
Right? Is that not what that is? You know?
Chris, when you have your 5 daughters and they start getting courted by men, if a 20-year-old man comes around one of your 13-year-olds, you're going to kill him.
I would be inclined to want to, I don't know, bloody him to death.
Yeah.
Right? But he's saying that goes against God's design. I'm just like,
well,
I don't know, man.
An older man needs to take care of a younger woman, which I get.
That's true.
But I think 13. I mean, the culture plays a role here. Like the 13-year-old
I don't know.
girls.
Yeah, age gaps are more serious the younger you are. And I think the older you get, the less serious they become. So like when a person's once they hit 25, I don't really judge any age gap relationships that are like.
I do.
I do in certain circumstances. Like if you're dating someone younger than your kids,
You just thought you're
a mess.
You just thought you're gonna marry some folk.
like, you know, if you got kids.
but you know, Jamie, I don't know if it's fully cultural because if in a certain culture, 13-year-old girls are marrying 20-year-old men, I would criticize that. I wouldn't be like, oh, that's their culture. Right. It's okay. I'd be like, fuck that. What the heck?
He married a 14-year-old? Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I like Phil Robertson. Duck Dynasty. Shout out to Duck Dynasty.
Well, just because somebody's physically able to make babies doesn't mean it's a good idea for them to make babies.
Right? Exactly.
And I also feel like I live in the real world where I want my kids to be prepared for the fact that life doesn't always turn out the way they want. I don't want to send my daughter out into the world ignorant and unable to provide for herself if her husband cheats on her, leaves her, stops loving her, becomes disabled himself. I want her to have enough, you know, of an ability to know how to take care of herself in the real world. Like, maybe that's just me. Like, I just don't want to put one of my kids out there without knowing that they're going to be able to take care of themselves. I don't want my daughter to be like, you know, ignorant and reliant on men for everything to the point where she has to like sell her, you know, sell herself like a prostitute.
We didn't feed him, did we?
If something bad happens, you know.
He needs food.
Yeah, he needs food. That's why
We
he's
are the bride of Christ. We are the bride of Christ, and
you're brainwashed. You're brainwashed, Chris. You're just being weird because you're eating too much meat. Chris, come on.
That's just crazy. That's like saying, oh, look, God designed people when they're dying of old age, like you get old. So let's just kill the old people. You know, that's just crazy.
Euthanasia. I love youth.
What the heck?
I'm not thinking clearly. No, dude, you're not thinking clearly. I think you got a brain worm from eating some like raw liver.
Said not to eat pork, Chris.
It's a pedo worm.
I am practicing common sense. I live in the real world where people don't, where people's marriages fall apart.
It's not even about that, Terry. It's a young girl with an adult man. What the hell are we even talking? Why are we even talking about this?
What does he really want with her, really? Anyway.
Even if it's the best intentions on planet Earth, what's going on?
Yeah, I would be more comfortable with them being more close in age if she's that young. But I don't want my 13-year-old daughter getting married.
It would depend on the guy for me. If I had a 13-year-old daughter, I wouldn't mind her marrying a guy like Hake. Because she's in good hands. And Hake is 43.
Chris,
but Hake, we all know Hake. I would like my daughter to marry a guy like Hake. Because she's in good hands.
Whoa, Chris, are you kidding me, Chris?
43, though. You wouldn't want to give a teenager to a 43-year-old.
Why not? But if it's Hake, we're talking about Hake here. Hake is going to do right by her.
Yeah, like what? By not having sex with her till she's 18, you mean?
Right. That's Hake for you, baby. It's all about the guy. It's all about the person.
Well, she can wait to get married until she's 18 when she's like a legal adult and she has her own...
Really?
I think this is the same arguments the Muslims use. You know how people talk about how Muhammad married Aisha, who was 9 years old? The Muslims say that Aisha reached puberty at 9 years of age, which makes it okay.
Until she was 9 when she had her period.
Yeah. And they say it's okay that the marriage was consummated when she was 9 because she hit puberty. And now I'm hearing Chris and other people say stuff like that. It just blows my mind.
Yeah. No, the Muslims say a man should be a man's wife should be half his age plus 7 years. Y'all ever heard that before?
Yeah, I've heard them say
so if you're 40, your wife should be 27. That'd be perfect. That's the perfect, because women, they're smarter than men. So she needs an older guy. She definitely needs an older guy, right? We all agree on that, right?
That's statistically not true.
Women mature way faster than men. You don't think that's true?
Mature than men, but maybe not smarter.
Generally.
I mean, and not smarter. I mean, like they need an older guy because they're like, yeah, that's what I mean. They mature faster. Yeah.
Okay.
Cesar calls it Andrew Tate BS.
Is that what he says?
He is
Muslim, isn't he?
Play a role here in that sense, but on that issue. But
wait, what's Andrew Tate BS?
Dude,
I mean, look at Trump and Melania. I think Melania is half of Trump's age plus 7, and it looks like it's working out perfect.
Yeah,
so
but
I don't know.
Adult when they started their relationship.
Right.
That's different between like a teen, a preteen, a 13-year-old.
I can't imagine dating a girl under 25. They're all so stupid.
I like stupid girls. I want a dumb girl. I want the dumbest girl ever. I almost want like a Down syndrome girl. She just doesn't think.
Go for it.
That would be the perfect girl.
Hit it.
She just looks at you and says,
I would protect her with.
That's great. God bless you.
Get it. Woman who thinks too much.
I have to respond to what Chris is saying. There's been cases of like 8-year-olds getting pregnant, and there's like it's not good. Just because someone can get pregnant doesn't mean it's a good thing for them.
Their hips haven't widened. Hips haven't blown open yet.
I mean, there's also a big difference between an animal and a human being,
That's true. Yeah, we're made in God's image. We should be a little bit more. We shouldn't be so animalistic. What up, Wild Heart Resurrected 3?
Here we go.
Animals.
Hey, Tame Heart.
Wild Heart, would you marry an 18-year-old? Yes or no, bro? Yes or no?
Here we go.
You're 40, right? How old is Wild Heart? 45?
Only if she was Down syndrome.
Nice.
I wasn't gonna join that.
Down syndrome people are the most happiest people ever, bro. You know, like ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
They have great positive energy, and they don't think too much, and they're just blissful and ignorant. That's the way to be. The more you know, the more miserable you are.
Well, but still, there's still people. I knew a guy with Down syndrome who like was really upset once because his friend was moving away, and he like was crying really hard, and you know.
Oh, that's his mama's nature. That's.
I think he's just a person. So, oh hey, you got the hate report. Hey, it's.
Oh, nice mug.
Do I need
Nice.
to hold up? It's I didn't know it was.
You know, it comes-
Knowledge is poison. That's what that means. The more you know, the more miserable you're gonna be.
The more poison.
The dumber you are, the happier you're gonna be.
Oh, here we got some.
The more
Black.
knowledge you have, the more poison
Thank
you
you,
have.
Black. You want
Yo,
to get in on this?
For fuck's
What's
sake.
up, you
I
black?
mean, are you guys still on the topic?
Whatever
go
you
ahead.
want to talk about.
Whatever you want to talk about, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Well, first off, you need to get down off of the stage. You damn black. Get the hell off the stage. No, in all seriousness, I see where Chris is coming from, but I think we really need to focus on how he changed his tone all of a sudden and the vibes he's giving off. It's giving me Tar Baby Yoda vibes, if I'm being honest.
I agree with Chris. I'm on Team Chris.
Mercy.
I'm on Team Chris. What's up? What you disagree with him at? Where
He
at,
kept
player?
going like, "You're denying God. You're denying
Oh, you're
God."
not.
Oh my bags.
No, it's
I'm
like the
pretty sure-
incessant. It's the incessant rhythm with which he's typing too. It's like a Tar Baby thing. But no, I mean, I see where he's
He
coming.
hasn't written him.
I see where
Yeah.
he's coming from. Like when you
Yeah.
look at certain African countries that are still in the like early phases of developing, that population growth curve shows like high birth rates, low mortality rates, and the vast majority of the population is young, and that's because people are having babies at a younger age. So if that's what he's advocating for, sort of reverting back into that early stage of like civilizational development, more power to you. But realistically, like the way our society is structured currently in America just doesn't make sense for it. It's not compatible.
Word.
So,
Yeah.
so he black. How old are you?
30.
And are you married?
No.
Would you marry a 14-year-old girl?
18. No, how about 18? 14 is out of the
14.
question. We know that. You'd marry an 18-year-old.
No. Hold on, Chatard. You said you agree with Chris. Chris said when you hit puberty, they're ready to make babies. So,
14 is like I'm raising my daughter type. Like I have a nephew.
Yeah, under half
14.
your age.
Yeah.
That's how a marriage really should be. A marriage should be a father-daughter relationship.
Well, I mean, you can have a father-daughter relationship with any woman.
You shouldn't
that's
use her for
younger
sex
than
for
you.
pleasure at all.
Yeah,
Huh?
but my point is, if you're a man, any relationship you have with a woman is automatically father-daughter in that way because of the spiritual
Right.
headship. It's not an
Right.
age thing. Like I've seen young girls literally boss around older guys because these older
Right.
guys were like weak and pathetic.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
when they run up against a guy who actually knows what he's about, it doesn't matter how old he is, you're not gonna run him over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but my point was saying that Chatard said he agreed with Chris, but we found out he didn't because he said 18, right?
I mean, wait. Look what Chris just said in the chat. He said he's not saying he wants a 14. He's saying that when a woman has her first period, that's what that means. Is that means she's ready to have a baby.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean,
But this is my point: is that not even Chris agrees with Chris. That's my point.
I think his point is that there's I kind of get where he's coming from. I'm saying Chris should call in and justify his own position.
I think the Amish do that too. Don't the Amish get married? They let their daughters get married and get pregnant young, and it actually works
No,
well.
they
What
don't.
do you mean by ready?
No, they don't.
able
No,
and ready are two different things.
I think the point that he's talking about is what our physical maturity signifies. So it's like the rite of passage into womanhood in the Latin American culture is like your quinceañera. And then once you get to a certain age, then they all recognize that, okay, like she's preparing for that next step, which is finding a man, getting married, et cetera, et cetera. It's not necessarily going to happen when you're 15, but that signifies that you're ready.
But here's the thing, Black. Everybody here knows scientifically that if you have a period, you can have a baby. Everybody here knows that.
Yeah, I agree.
That's not what we're discussing. We're discussing, is it okay for a 20-year-old, like an older man, an 18-year-old, whatever, to marry a 13-year-old and make a baby with them? That's what we're talking about.
Is that what
in some situations, yes.
That's what we're talking. We all know that, yes, when you have a period, you're ready to make a baby. But we're talking about like pedophilia. I don't want to say, maybe YouTube, I can't say it, but
is that what Chris said though? Did he say 20 and 13, or is that you guys? 20 and 13 sounds like a good NBA stat line.
The 20
or 13. 20 or 13.
No, a 20-year-old with a 13-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's 7 years. I mean,
no, it's not about 7 years, bro. It's a 13-year-old.
Yeah,
I'm saying, like, if I was, I know what it was like to be 20, and it's like I definitely wasn't checking for no 13-year-olds.
Well, how would you guys react? I'm 24, right? What if I told you guys I have a 15-year-old girlfriend and or I have a 15-year-old wife and we're trying to have kids? What would you guys say to that?
I'd be calling.
Well, I mean, if you were in like the
I would not like you very much.
In certain places of the world, that type of thing is actually acceptable. But I think in the United States, like the West, it's not.
Yeah.
Looked because it culturally doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense.
I can see. I could see that being okay in certain cultures too, but I don't think it is in this.
But those are evil cultures, if that's the case. That's evil.
Not what you want to live in.
No.
I wouldn't call that an evil culture.
That's what I said.
That is so. But what if I told you? But hold on.
First class life.
If you guys, you said you wouldn't call that evil, right?
No, I wouldn't.
No. So what if I was calling you from Ooga Booga land, and it was my culture, and it was my culture that as a 24-year-old I can marry a 15-year-old. You'd be okay with it then, because I'm from Ooga Booga land?
Well,
yes,
I mean that's your culture. That's part of what
they do that in like the jungles. They probably do that all the time.
Not in the jungles, man. Like what?
My jungle.
Like if you go to Brazil, I'm pretty sure you could find something like that.
The Democratic Republic.
That's wild, man.
In my jungle, we don't do that.
Yeah.
And then I think like a lot of the European countries, I'm pretty sure are like that. I'm like, don't fact check me on that. But
that leads into something.
Yeah, I won't fact check you.
Look at Wildheart over there. He knows.
I wanted to talk about the difference between mating strategies between the races.
Okay.
Because it seems like the East Asians and the whites have a different mating strategy than the blacks and the Hispanics.
I love this topic. I'm actually
That's very much true.
Yeah, the Hispanics are winning.
We're all about quality.
Oh, they're not. The Africans are winning.
Quality.
Really? Or the Asians winning.
You know what I mean?
Hold up. Chattard, in terms of
might be winning.
What are you talking about, man?
Talking about making babies. Who's making their own babies?
So now, Africa has the fastest growing population of any continent in the world, by far. It's not even.
No, China does, bro. No, China has.
China does not.
China got y'all beat, bro.
No, they
China
don't.
got y'all beat,
bro. You're yapping. China
Google
does
it right
not.
now, bro.
It was actually recently released that China was fudging their population stats. They have way less people than they claim to.
Really?
Yeah.
The fastest.
Which makes sense. Well, they have that one-child policy for so long, and they have so many people that aren't even, having kids at all.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean,
everybody's starting for babies.
Whites are hurting the most, and we need America to be 90% white. That's the bottom line.
Well, no, going back to the Terry topic, it's actually interesting because I don't know if you know who Arthur Kwan Lee is, but he talks a lot about like the East Asian perspective on like, what people look for when it comes to finding a significant other, or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And
I met him at the men's conference.
Yeah. The artist.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just say that's a bold statement coming from a black man?
What'd you say?
America has to be 90% white.
Oh, okay.
We need
Bold statement coming from a clearly black man.
All right, Wild Heart, but I was going ahead, so let me finish.
Truth, bro.
And
But
so what
without the white man, the black man is cooked, Wild Heart. You think the Mexicans or the Asians are going to take care of the blacks? No.
Going to turn into a third world country. Yeah, white people are our best friend. Everybody hates us except the white man.
Except the white man loves the black man.
I know. Y'all are our only friend.
Yeah, whites are definitely the least racist race for sure.
Yeah, y'all too friendly. Y'all too friendly.
That's in our nature.
I actually think that's a tie-up, if I'm being honest. But what I was saying is that in East Asia, they're very particular about like genetics. And so if you don't have certain genetic features or you have genetic defects, then it's almost like fatal for you to find a girl or whatever the case is. And that's because they value certain features, especially when you look at like the difference between the Western man and the Eastern Asian man. Like Western guys look at East Asians as though they're girly, but East Asians understand like in order to get, the girls in East Asia, they have to have a certain presentation and a certain look, which is why they look that way. And it works for them. So
talking about Koreans? Like Arthur Kwan Lee is Korean, right?
Yeah, it's not just Koreans, but it's also like the Chinese, it's also the Japanese, to an extent, like the Vietnamese. And I think
I don't know the difference between them, bro. They all look the same to me, bro.
Okay.
Just like how whites and Jews look the same. I don't know the difference between Korean and Japanese.
Some people say ni hao, others say annyeonghaseyo, and the others say konnichiwa. Okay, so they all speak different languages, but generally they have similar
Chinese,
values.
Japanese, okay?
Oh, really? Is that the difference?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, and then the Koreans are just.
Oh yeah.
Koreans
think you're Asian.
Nice because they've had the surgery done.
Koreans have more prominent facial, like bone structure, if I can put it that way. Like you can tell by the way their
they all look the same. You can't tell. You can't tell.
You absolutely can tell.
You can tell, especially and some of them have different like colors too. Like,
it's the same thing with Irish and Italian. Can you tell the Italian, or can you tell the Irish? Or
you can definitely tell an Italian.
Irish.
You can't. I can't. They all look white to me.
That's like night and day.
But you're talking about
or a Ghanaian and a Black American. You can't tell the difference.
Yeah, you kind of can.
Yeah.
From your perspective as a Black man, you're just looking at them like, oh, okay, they're all whites. But to us, we can definitely see the differences between one another. Like,
no,
really.
Terry, it's not his perspective as a Black man. Okay, this is
just
this is just Chad Tart on his own. He's not representing.
Coach Shay Shay, right?
What Terry
you watch Club Shay Shay, right? Club Shay Shay looks like an African, but he's not.
No, he looks like a Southern Black guy.
No, he looks like a Nigerian, bro.
Country boy.
Club Shay Shay looks like a Nigerian, bro.
Does not look like a. You don't know what Nigerians look like, bro. If you knew a Nigerian, like
Nigerians look like. They look just like Lil Boosie could pass for a Nigerian.
Bro, no, he couldn't.
No.
Yeah, he could.
No, he couldn't.
Pinocchio's helicopter wanted Wildheart to know that he agrees with Josh about the
90% Wildheart
we need in America.
We need 95% white, or else it's going to become a ghetto third world country. That's the bottom line.
Might completely destroy the West. I'm going to be honest. Like it might be a
wait. Who? Who might?
If 90% of the population was.
No, I said 90% was white.
Yeah, Tokyo said 90% white.
Oh, no, so be in trouble.
That's what we need.
You don't like talk about race, Wildheart?
Sorry?
Wildheart.
You don't like talking about race, Wildheart?
Usyk
Fucking hello.
Wildheart, we need you to make some white babies, bro. Okay? That's what we need you. We need you to find a white girl. She can be 14 or 15. Marry her and make white babies with her. Bro.
man.
What about if I find a black girl? What is your thoughts on half?
Oh my god. Okay.
They're still called half caste. Like, you know, when a white man has a baby with a black girl.
No, you gotta make white babies, Wildheart. Or it
You gotta
doesn't
be white babies, Wildheart.
white babies.
We don't need any more Obama.
But I just
Yeah,
want
we
to
We don't
go.
need any more Obama.
If Wildheart could get a black girl though, that would be an achievement, honestly. So I will say that.
I have to pay a lot, but yeah,
Well.
I'm not going.
Okay, so Jamie passed me this statistic. He said Africa has the highest prevalence rate of child sexual abuse, which is around 34.4%. Who is coming up with these statistics, though?
That's the question I want to know.
Jamie.
Oh, let's see. There's a national survey in 2014
Self-reporting.
from Nigeria that said 1 in 4. 1 in 4 is pretty common around the world, though.
24.
I don't know.
95% of statistics are lies. You know that? 95% of
I've heard
statistics are
1
lies.
in 4 for
Yeah, I
like
appreciate
less.
that. All right, now stop
Depends on
lying.
what's-
That's a lie.
Stop lying, Cat Talk.
I'm just giving you
95%.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying anything. I'm just.
You know what? I think 95% of statistics are lies, yeah. Not 94% or 96%.
Self-reporting.
Exactly 95%.
The thing here is that in the 60s, the average marriage age for a guy was 22. And for a
Women at Risk International Foundation.
So are
What
men
about
getting
people-
married later and later? Yes. Like Chris does have a point, but you know, to suggest that we should be doing
Terry, I've got a question for you. You know, like you do good questions. I've got one for you.
Well, let He-Black finish, and then you can ask me the question.
No, let the white man go first, and then he black comes after the white man. Go ahead, Wildheart.
I was talking
Yes.
the
No,
white
you-
man came
yeah.
from
Just black.
Yeah, you might forget your question. Go ahead and ask.
Just,
Don't talk while the white man is talking. Go ahead.
all right, then
Remember
shut
that
up.
from hate?
Shut
Don't
up.
talk while the black man is talking. Go ahead.
Shush. Nigolo. Shush your mouth. Shush.
Nigolo.
Nigolo.
He's trying. He's from Europe.
Right.
Negrito.
Well, all right, we're getting a little bit uppity, if you don't mind me saying. Nothing racial, just saying the Negroes on the panel are getting a little bit uppity.
Your question,
I'm sorry, white man. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Right. Terry, what I was going to ask you is, I forgot now.
see,
Because the black men took too long.
this is why we fought
What you
the
did, he
war.
black.
I just want to let you guys know this is why we fought the war.
Slavery. You know what I mean? I forgot that. Fucking Negro.
Forgot? For us?
Give me a minute.
Just a good old boy. Never meaning no harm.
This is
Just a good old boy. Never meaning no harm. Talking about the Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah, I'm from the South, man. Those are my people. Them's my people, Wildheart. The South will rise again, buddy.
What up, Christian
Good
News
South.
in the chat?
Right.
Nice.
the CNN that we acknowledge. Shout out Christian News Network.
Nice.
And we're gonna let the white men talk from now on. All right? Me and He Black are gonna shut up, and we are gonna submit
If
to
the
the white
white
man.
Negro.
Negro. Oh, yeah. Negro. Yeah. Like,
Nigaro.
Negro. Yeah.
Okay, we were talking about race mixing. We were talking about race or reproductive strategies between the races.
Yeah. So do you want me to continue?
I don't know what to say. I mean, I just thinking about it. It's true because I've noticed like.
Well, it seems like the developed countries, it's problematic. We're not having enough kids.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like it's like the better things get for us, the harder we make it for ourselves.
Yeah. So there's an argument to be made that, making more babies, whatever it takes.
You
I think
didn't
that's kind of
wanna
what
sleep,
Black
Chris?
was saying. Like, the Chinese have gotten like all advanced in their cultural development, and then they stop having kids, and it's a big problem.
Good night, Mateus Borges.
It is a problem in developed countries. The population rates, our society's built on the population growing, and now it's dying, and there's all sorts of problems. Look at Japan. Look at Italy. It's falling apart because there's too many old people, not enough young people. The economy is stagnant.
That's the problem. The economy is stagnant, as you said. And I think once you get to the root of why the economy is stagnant, then it starts to reveal the actual root cause of why developed countries don't continue to proliferate at such a high rate.
Yeah. Lots
I
of
would say that it's a globalist incentivizing people to not have kids.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. They go after the developed countries because those are the people that are harder to control.
That's correct.
That's what I would say.
And POCs are really, that's what we're good at, making a bunch of babies and being unresponsible. And then the white people that are developed the countries, they're good at being responsible and delayed gratification, and so that's why Mexicans they took over. But the blacks are like so degenerate that we're aborting most of our babies. So,
well, that's women in general, but yeah, black women lead the way into abortion.
Black women lead the way. Yeah, that's kind of sad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we're supposed to get behind and follow the lead of the queens.
No, you better slap the hell out of them first.
I'm not. Ain't no way I'm fighting with a black girl.
No, I'll do it. Don't worry.
Whatever she says, okay. If she's looking mad at me, I'm just going to go in the other direction.
The thing with way too many people is that like they recoil in fear the moment a black woman raises her voice. And it's like a nuke. It's like the nuke of the West.
You should have brought that up on the Hake Report.
Thomas.
I mean, I can only talk about so much when I call into Hake. I mean, I don't know. I've only had like a few interactions with black women that like could have went, but I have self-control, and I'm not going to get into a fight if I can avoid it,
Yes,
with anyone.
The real origin of letting black women speak, no matter what, is fear of being beat to death.
No, it's not. It's not fear of being beat to death. It's just.
Well, I was being sarcastic.
Yes, I'm okay.
and Jamie, real and true.
It's.
You expressed some fear, though. You did.
It's a real thing.
Well, I think a fear. I would definitely be afraid if a black woman was wanting to get physical with me.
I think back in the day when blacks were like more established and upstanding, the women weren't like that. But nowadays, most blacks have nothing to lose. It's almost like that's the highlight of their life is a violent altercation. So, but like,
the most black women I interact with, I mean, just because of the circles I run in, I would never be worried about them being physically violent with me because they have self-control. That's why they run in the circles they do.
Right. But I got to say, this idea of black people having nothing to lose and that being the root justification of why they behave the way they do, that's absolutely nonsensical.
I'm sorry, I was away for a second. Did someone just say that the highlight of the black woman's life was getting like raped by a black man?
No,
you gotta
Well,
You went to the conversation too quickly. You gotta marinate a little bit.
All right, I was aware. I was in the kitchen. It seems to be like someone was saying that the highlight of a black woman's life was being raped by a black man.
Nobody said that.
No, Wildheart, what I said was that there's certain people who don't have much to lose in life, and so a lot of the time, a violent he leaves again.
So they think.
I mean, the less a person has to lose, the more likely they are to engage in criminal activity.
Yeah,
I think that's
or destructive activity.
Right, but my point is that doesn't have any real justification. Like, where my parents are from, they, certain rural areas have legitimate abject poverty. But when you go and you meet these people who, they go out into the field, they find their yam, cassava, they pound it, they prepare soup and stews, and they eat and they sit around and commune with one another. These are some of like the most scrupulous people that you'd ever meet. And then you compare that to Black Americans who live in like Section 8 and all these other impoverished settings, and the temperament is completely different. Of course, you can find your 1 in a million, but I think it has way more to do with like the social conditioning of Black people and the way they deal with one another, and how that has become so normalized as something that's supposed to be celebrated and encouraged. It's like when I walk around the streets of DC, you see all these just angry kids, and it's like, where are their parents? Why isn't anybody admonishing them or reprimanding them? And occasionally I can do that because, I have that level of stature, but I'm not their parent. I don't have to be the type of person who goes out and tells these kids how to act, how to behave. But a lot of these parents are negligent, and there are no consequences for that.
Yeah, Black. I'm not one of those people who believe poverty causes crime. I'm not one of those people, but I do notice that most people are evil, and so a lot of evil people, even though they might want to get an altercation or something like that, they're thinking about stuff that there's things that are more important to them that they might lose, right? And an evil person that has stuff to lose, they seem less inclined to do risky, crazy stuff as opposed to a person that doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I guess that, that reasoning serves to make sense, but it, like, when you juxtapose that with two different scenarios where you have people in the same impoverished settings and how they behave versus how, you have this outsized occurrence of crime in Black America, it just doesn't track.
Yeah. It's just anyone. I think if you have a family at home, or you have a job or something you care about, most of the time you're going to choose that over the risk of doing something crazy,
Get that. It's like opportunity cost. Do I want to punch this person in the face if it means I'm going to spend 16 years in jail away from my, my beloved peoples and my car and all this other stuff? Yeah, I understand that. But like I said, there are people who literally have nothing and they're still not behaving that way.
Yeah.
Well, but can I just interject? I think that's because poverty is more about a mindset than it is about what you have.
Yeah.
So people who live in quote unquote poverty in America have a very different mindset than people who have an abundant mindset living in like a rural, like kind of subsistence existence. Like their mindset is abundant. And people who live in poverty here have a scarcity mindset, even though they've got, Jordans on their feet and an iPhone in their hand.
Well,
true, but at the same time, I look at this, the way American society is structured, and it's like, how could you not see opportunity? Like everywhere you look, there's
you see real poverty in Africa, right? There really is no poverty in America, right?
Like, well, like think about it. Like even the homeless, like, all right, so check this out. Even the homeless people, literally 40% in rising obesity, and then even the homeless people, like if you go to a bodega on the corner and you ask them, hey, there's a homeless person outside. Would you be willing to give them a free pizza? These people will say yes. So
Yeah.
homeless people don't really have that much to complain about if they can find a place to live, because there are people who will be sympathetic to them and feed them. And like, there's like never, I'm not going to get into it, but
Yeah, it's a mindset. Just like with
Sound
this.
Well,
benefits here.
I think the main, the core of a poverty mindset and stuff like that is that they honestly don't care about their life.
yes, there you go.
They
That's it.
don't care about their life, and somebody who doesn't care about their life they care more about hurting somebody else or being in a certain altercation than they do living a good life, because they don't even care about living a good life. They want to suffer.
Yeah, and I think that's the point that we're getting at. It's not about what you have and don't have. It's about your spiritual constitution. If you're a traumatized individual who doesn't have any sort of spiritual centering, you're always going to be quick to lash out to anything that offends you, and you're always looking to be offended.
Yeah.
And that's what creates the conflicts. It's something you see on a regular basis if you look for it, and especially if you live in a densely populated city like Portland or Washington, D.C. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's like even on like X today. So I do like investing in things of that nature, and there are these two guys in the community that I'm a part of, and they were literally arguing about an investment strat. Two black guys, by the way. They were arguing about an investment strategy on which stocks to purchase and at what the strike price. And these are like millionaires, and I'm looking at them like, it doesn't even matter how much money these guys have, they're still niggas at the end of the day. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, why are they airing each other out over something as trivial as like strike prices? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the Negro mentality, man.
Yeah.
That's the
I put
Negro.
a poll up in the chat. So
But it blows my mind that people don't care about their life, though. Like, I don't understand that. I've never been that way, and to me, life is amazing. Like, you don't want to live life, like what?
Yeah.
I just don't understand that.
well, when you're not, the thing is, they're not at the driver's seat of themselves. You know what I mean? Like, they're ruled by a spirit of anger that like will take over them and use them as it sees fit. Like, they're not in control.
But Terry, I think they don't want to be.
Of course,
that's my point.
they want it.
They don't want to be.
But
Well,
they
I mean-
also, I mean, they're also, people get deceived too, and if you've never known the right way, you've never seen the right way, like,
Yeah, I
if
think
nobody's ever shown you the right way.
I was gonna say, I think if we're talking about kids, then it's a bit harsh, but adults, it's well measured. Because I remember at like a CVS that had literally just been robbed, like maybe a couple of days before, and there was this like teenage kid in the self checkout right next to me, and you could see he was frustrated and all this other stuff, and so he's going to swipe whatever he's trying to purchase, and the way it works is once you swipe it, you have to place it in the bagging area, and the bagging area has a weight sensor that is attuned to whatever you're trying to purchase to make sure that you're not swiping and running off with it. And so he puts it like in his pocket as though he's getting ready to go, and then it starts alerting the clerk. And then he gets frustrated and he's like, why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? And mind you, I'm like getting a water and leaving, but I see this kid and he's like laboring with this simple task. And I look at him and I say, do you want to know why it's not working? And he looks at me and he says, yes. And I said, because when you swipe it, you need to place it in this area. If you don't place it in this area, it thinks you're stealing. That's why it alerts, the clerk and all that sort of stuff. And the moment I said that to him, his eyes lit up as though he's figured it out. And I think, going back to what you were saying, Terry, like the anger is very much so a part of it, because you can see that frustration, but someone speaking a modicum of truth to these kids changes the way they see things, and I like, it's clear that when you have anger, you can't even see beyond your nose, but it's like, imagine living like that. where you're angry at everything all the time, and that light of truth never actually breaks that shell. Like, I think that's how you get these people who are willing to crash out over a Popeye's chicken sandwich.
But you know, I actually grew up like that, and I was like that, but I didn't accept it. I was like, I knew something was wrong with me or either the world. I wasn't sure what. Like you said, I couldn't see past my nose, but something inside of me just told me that this is wrong. You have to find a way out.
Yeah.
And I think most people, because it's painful finding a way out, so most people just stick to
what they know.
Yeah, and they don't care enough, or I don't know what it is, but yeah, they want to stay like that.
Yeah, I think, they identify with that thing. And man, it's crazy. It's because like this is such an issue in the Black community in America, where it's like when you grow up in a hood, you always want to put on and rep your set. And so it doesn't matter how wealthy you become, you always want to go back to the same restaurants, you want to be around the same people. But it's like once you hit a certain plateau in life, it requires you to become a different person. And
yeah,
that's in all stages of maturity, where it's not just your financial gains, it's also like mental, spiritual. But if you identify with where you grew up in and what you came from, and you don't use it as like a touchstone for wisdom, then you end up trapping yourself to those same conditions. And I relate to what you were saying, Kale, because I grew up, relative like lower middle class, where both my parents were working, first generation immigrants from Ghana. And just the values that we had in the household, even though something, it was rocky every once in a while, were enough to make sure that, me and my siblings got to that next level to where we don't have to live like that anymore. So I definitely get what you're saying. And like I said, it's all spiritual at the end of the day.
Yeah. I read this book called Framework for Understanding Poverty. And the thing that's interesting about that book was how it broke down kind of the differences between how the classes just view resources alone, and the kind of differences between the way the classes approach money. With poverty, people they keep this very communal mindset.
Yep.
So they think that resources are to be shared.
Right.
And so it's hard for people with that mindset to ever get out of poverty, because anytime somebody asks them for money, they're giving it away.
Yep.
And if you don't, then like you're kind of, there's like unspoken rules with every class. So with the middle class, it's like, don't ask me for money. I don't ask you for money. And if you do borrow money from someone, you have to pay it back right away. But with like poverty, it's just when you have resources, you have to share them.
Yeah.
And
like you borrow a black guy money and then you ask for it back, they get offended you're asking for the money back.
mm-hmm.
They're like, what do you mean I have to pay it back?
Don't ever ask Shatar for any money.
If I ever ask you never let me borrow any money from you, but you're not getting it back.
He might drive his rig through your house, though.
And then with like the upper classes, it's just trying to think what the difference is too. There's unspoken rules about like, people often complain about the insularity of them, but they have to protect themselves because people like, they're under threat from people wanting to use them or get what they have. So
everybody wants to use them, right?
Right. So
Yeah.
they won't, you can't just go up and approach somebody that's like from the upper class, because they won't talk to you generally. Like you need to be introduced. But in middle class circles, it's normal. You just go and walk up to people, shake their hand, introduce yourself, be like, oh, this is me and what I do. Was like, It's really interesting, the differences.
That's awesome. I mean,
I don't know. That book really kind of awakened a lot for me, and also kind of had me looking at like maybe things I was carrying from childhood that I need to let go of. And, you know, also looking at what kind of lifestyle I actually do want and, you know, what kind of mindset is required for that.
Absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
a lot of the time it's just your mindset that needs to change.
Very true.
Hi,
Yeah.
sweetie.
I remember those, I think, yeah. So there was this actress, who was a part of one of Issa Rae's projects, and she was being interviewed. Like, she had made all this money, but I think she was still living in like her I guess like her bachelorette apartment, if you will, like the same apartment she was living in, like right out of college. And people are like, what are you doing? You have all this money, but you're still living in like this $1,500 apartment. And she was like, yeah, I know, I'm still working through some things. I need to like, adjust to having this level of wealth and income and figuring out what to do with it and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely get that. And I would say even more important, that point you made about like how to interact with the upper class. There's actually a book I'm reading by this kid named Jay Yang. He's I think he's 18 now, 18-year-old, who effectively cracked the code on how to get in contact with these people. And what he did was he saw these people as having these brilliant ideas and building these, $1 million businesses, but also not being able to do everything. And so he said, okay, well, how can I add value to this person and reach out in the most optimal way? So what he would do is he would create this pitch deck, like a proposal of how he could help that person at minimal cost. So in some cases, he was working for free. And he's been largely successful, so much so that he's now working with like Alex Hormozy. He worked with like Noah Kangan, I think. Yeah, Noah Kagan, and all these other sort of productivity slash entrepreneurial gurus of the modern day. And yeah, it's interesting. Like you were saying, each social class has its own modality of like communication and networking and resource allocation. And yeah, as you traverse them, you have to figure out what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that's where I don't. Didn't Hake have a show one time, or where someone called in to say like the class, there's no such thing as a middle class, or that's all just like in America you can start your own business, you can be poor and then start your own business and then be a millionaire. And then
I
so
still
does that
think
make
middle
you?
class it's a mindset. It's a way of lifestyle. It's
For sure.
it's a way you approach living. It's not just like, yeah, it's usually debt driven. The middle class is usually like,
The ones in debt.
yeah, they're the ones most likely to take on debt. But they also are like, there's also things about the middle class, like a middle class family would be more likely to paint their own house than hire painters. Or like, you know what I mean? Like they'll take on that project themselves and do it as best they can, or how else to put this? Like there tend to be the professional classes too. What they tend to value is like education in the middle classes, very big. In like poverty, the most important things are relationships. So the thing you're supposed to sacrifice for is like, the relationships you have. There was this story given in the book that was about this young woman who attended this church, and she took the bus there every week. And
don't get too excited, Chris. She wasn't that young.
huh?
I said,
Yeah. Watch out, Chris. I think Chris went to bed.
Okay.
But yeah, she was going for a while, and these women in the church like decided they were gonna, fundraise and buy her a car, and they surprised her with this car. And the next week she came to church, on the bus, and they asked her, what happened, and she just explained like she didn't, have a license for one, so she gave the car to her boyfriend.
What
and
the
he
hell?
sold it for like to buy like a motorcycle or something.
Oh,
And they
man.
were like, what the hell? They didn't understand like why she made this crazy choice. But from her point of view, like that was the right thing to do because she did it for a relationship.
True. Yeah.
So like, you know, they talk about like, I don't know, women in poverty will hold their man down. They're more likely to fight over a relationship, you know, or get into a fight or like be jealous and that. Whereas like a middle class person would not engage in the same kind of behavior. They're very much about like protecting their reputation at all costs and
Yeah, that is true.
avoiding conflict, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to not be a part of any of that? Like not have any sort of mindset, like middle class, poverty, high class?
Because this is American, you know, like Kale, you're South African, so y'all don't have that, right?
Isn't Kale Canadian?
Or Canadian?
They have class systems everywhere.
Yeah, so
Right,
in South Africa, there's a lot. The middle class is extremely small, and then there's extreme poverty, and then like wealth. So
right.
Yeah, literally.
So the farmers that are coming over here, are they what class are they in?
Middle, lower.
I don't know if you're a successful farmer. It depends how successful your farm is, right? There's big farmers who make a lot of money, and then there's like farmers who just have like one little field that just survive, you know. So
yeah, I mean the ones that Trump is important. I mean the ones that are coming over here with the refugees, you know. Do you know? Are they the same? Those are Afrikaners, right?
Yeah.
Are those? But that's like, is Elon Musk an Afrikaner?
Yes.
I don't know if he's Afrikaans. I think his mother might be.
Because there's like Dutch, right? There's Dutch, there's
Irish, English.
Yeah, so
Really?
there's English white South Africans, and then there's Afrikaans white South Africans, and I think
What's the
Elon Musk's
difference?
mother. I think his mother is Afrikaans, but I don't think his father is. I'm not too sure, but
Right.
yeah,
Last year I was working with some South Africans who were working on a farm in Iowa, actually, and they're here on just a visa, and they're great guys, man. There are some cool guys, and they're very handy. They work hard, and it reminds me of these the refugees coming over here, man, because they're good people, man.
yeah,
But they don't even make it much, though.
Afrikaans people are generally conservative, like extremely conservative Christian.
Right.
Like they're very, you could say like, you know, American, like Southern American, like Republican type people.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you saw the guy that Jesse interviewed on the what's the guy Yost? Is he from your area? Or what is he? He's Afrikaans too, or
yeah, he's Afrikaans for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't it town Aluria or something that they built?
Yeah. What's the town? I forgot the
I
name.
don't know if that's correct.
Orania.
Orania.
Yeah.
Good people,
What
man.
do you think about that's been pretty controversial this week, all the people up in arms about the South African refugees coming over.
I don't think it's got anything to do with the refugees coming over.
It doesn't.
They hate white people, man. Okay, the liberals, they don't want white people coming over and making the country great. That's what they don't want.
I don't agree with that. I think, like, if you look at the Biden administration and the number of Ukrainian refugees we took during the Biden administration, nobody said anything about the Ukrainians.
No.
Right. Because the Ukrainians liberals. That's what it is.
They're not, though.
They're libtards.
Ukrainians are like super like.
I think
they're like Zelensky. Zelensky's like a beta liberal.
Ukrainians.
No, they didn't even. Zelensky's not even. Their government isn't real. It's not a proper democratic government. It does not reflect the people of Ukraine at all.
Chatard, I think the main reason people didn't care about the Ukrainians, but they do about the South Africans, is because Trump is doing it.
Yeah,
Trump is doing it, right?
Yeah. If Trump brought over the Ukrainians, then they might be like, "Oh, look what he's doing," you know.
Oh, that's
Right.
true. Yeah, that is true.
That is, well, yeah, that's the factor.
There's a couple of things. I think for one, it's because he's, deporting people that are in the country illegally, and people want to act as though that's unjust, as opposed to, because we've been taking in refugees this whole time, that hasn't stopped.
And no one cared when Obama did that.
Nope.
Yeah, that's
And
something
Obama
that
was
for one time as a country.
Obama was super prolific too.
Because
Yeah.
they're importing in the liberals. That's all it is, man. It's what Mark says. Mark is. You see, Mark gave you a shout out on a Hake Show Tuesday, Terry.
What did he say?
You didn't hear it? He said, Terry, I didn't mean to offend you.
Oh yeah, he apologized.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he apologized to Terry Strange.
He meant to.
You gotta get Mark on the stream now.
I know. I don't know if he wants to come on.
But that's why I love Trump, though. You remember when Biden and everyone was talking about the cages?
Yep.
And then Trump's like, "Who built the cages, Joe?"
True.
Right.
I love that, man. What the heck?
Yeah, he's a very controversial, polarizing figure. But I mean, if he understood his influence and his affect, he would say the opposite of what he meant or what outcome he wanted every single time, because everything that he says he's going to do always meets opposition and resistance.
You're saying he should move in silence.
Not even that. I would literally say we should open the border. We should open.
I know. Then they'd flip out and be like, "What? He wants our country unsafe?
Exactly.
Let's build a wall."
Yo, he black. You might be a genius, bro.
I'm just saying.
I think he's probably already doing that. He's playing all kind of games with these people. That's why they say he's playing 4D chess, because they're like scared to death of him, and he's playing little games with them like that already. Probably.
That just blew my mind. I never even thought about that he could do that.
He could.
Probably could, because they're gonna hate everything he says. So I mean, they've been doing that since 2016.
And it's not like he needs votes, right? He's voted in already. He's not going to run again. So
he's for what's right, man. He's doing what's right.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's genius. Yeah, he should do that.
Well, he's smart. Him and Elon, they're smart. They're smart. They're smartest white guys in the world. Okay. Trump and Elon.
Elon's almost too smart. His brain can't keep up with like normal life,
I would go be his do boy if he wanted me to. If he needed a do boy, you know what a do boy is, right?
The hell is it?
That does things for you?
Yeah, just do this. I would gladly be his
go
personal.
fetch his lattes.
Well, I mean, you're used to.
Get the other shoes. He picked the wrong shoes. Can you run it back into his house and get him new shoes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, yes, sir.
Can you clean the cat box?
Sir, yes, sir.
Can you separate the recycling?
I mean, he's the richest guy in the world, right? Is Elon the richest guy in the world?
I think so.
By public admission.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, the Arabs are the richest. They just don't. They don't. Yeah, that's just the public.
Yeah,
I heard the Sultan or the Arabs. They got all the. There's like some trillionaires over there, but they keep it quiet, right? I don't know.
I would
As
even
one
argue.
should. Never flaunt your wad.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we gotta get Mark on your stream, Terry.
Yeah, how are we gonna get Mark on here?
Invite him.
How?
Say that they're white people.
Well, you can't promote him on Hake. We gotta talk to him.
I don't want to upset Hake.
You guys are talking about Mark that calls Hake Show about like rape.
Yeah. I agree with Mark. Where do y'all disagree with him? He's just overly angry, but he's right about everything he says, right?
Not always. He said that God made black people the color they are to warn us.
I kind of agree with that. I mean, like, where's the line?
That's funny.
Warning, there's danger.
You know what's funny is that's what actually Mormons believe that too.
They
Yeah, they
did.
do.
You know, I got
And-
baptized in a Mormon church
And look at the
about 7 years ago. But they're liberals now. They used to believe that. They're liberals now. They're like, they went beta.
They're all in Utah now, away from all the blacks.
Yeah, and Utah's nice, man. I wouldn't.
Utah
nice
is
state.
pretty. I agree. I
Pretty.
thought it was gorgeous.
Solid place to raise kids. Solid place, stable society. But
All those soda
Yeah.
shops, those drive-through soda shops where you can get your dirty sodas.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I get the Dr. Pepper with the coconut syrup and the half and half in it and just go crazy.
Really? I never heard of it.
Yeah,
In
that's
Utah?
what they drink that, or they drink Coke
Oh,
with vanilla, and yeah, they go through. It's like Starbucks for them. They get their sodas, or the really thrifty moms, the thrifty Mormon moms, go to Costco and they make their own dirty sodas in their Stanley cups. So they'll
Right. And they don't drink caffeine. They don't. Yeah.
not
They
caffeine. They can't have hot drinks. They can have caffeine, just not hot drinks.
Oh.
Which is interesting to me. Yeah.
How
They're
does any
cool
of
people
that?
to be around. They make good neighbors. They're great.
Yeah,
They're-
but he told me to message him on X, but I'm not on X yet. I need to set up an X account.
Yo, yeah, Krishan is cool.
Yeah, I went on Jake Hudson's stream the other day, like just
Really?
popped in when he was with Krishan, and we talked one-on-one. It was kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was only like 10 minutes. I was on the last like 10 minutes, but it was still cool.
I called Krishan's show a couple times.
Huh?
I called Krishan's show a couple times.
I want to call in sometime. He was live last night, but I was out with Jamie. And then I met the
Oh,
X22 report guy.
who was that? Who
At the
that is?
beginning of the stream, I watched this guy. He came up to Jamie and I when we were walking back from the place we went, and he was like, "Hey, Chuck, will you listen to my podcast and share it on your Snapchat?"
Dang, everybody got a podcast, huh?
Indeed.
Well, his podcast has like, we were looking at it, has like 870 something thousand
Oh, he's big.
or like subscribers.
Really?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
big.
on brand. He's like at the verge of being a truther without crossing that I guess that threshold. So
What's a truther?
a truther is basically somebody who it's almost like, you know what woke was before it turned gay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what a truther is. It's like a guy who asks questions about official narratives and then starts piecing together facts and, let's say, the omission thereof,
Hmm.
puts together a cohesive story to counteract that narrative. So that's what a lot of the truthers do. So it's like with the WikiLeaks and the conspiracies that were coming out about the Clintons, the people who were pushing that were like the truthers, and then you also had the like the 4chan people. So yeah, it's like he like dips his toes into that, but he also has like the mainline conservative talking points as well. Very interesting guy.
Well, cool.
So would you say Hake is a
I met
truther?
him.
No,
Hake is not a truther, you say?
it's crazy that you met a guy like that in Portland, Terry. Like you were just walking down the street, and it's like,
Hey, it's a weird place.
yeah, I'm like, what?
There's
the
a
heck?
lot of free thinkers here, though, and it's produced a lot of like interesting, I don't know, people over the years. Like, there's some interesting like writers and things that come from Portland, or just people of different persuasions. But yeah, it was pretty interesting to just run into someone like that, and that he was just like, "Oh, hey, will you check out my podcast?" And we're like, "Yeah."
Nice.
And
I gotta-
what's weirder is that everybody knew about it in the chat, but I'd never heard of it. And
Yeah, me neither. But I
Never
got
heard of it either.
I met a guy So I was at the DMV like about a month ago, and I met a guy from from Oregon.
Mhm.
And so I brought up Portland. I was like, oh, okay, I know such and such in Portland. I know such and such in Portland. And he's like, yeah, us Oregon. I don't know how you like Oregonians. Is that how you say?
Oregonians, yeah.
He was like, us Oregonians don't really associate ourselves with Portland. Is that a real thing? Is there beef with Portland and the rest of Oregon?
I think it depends on where people are from. Like, so if you're from like one of the bigger cities, like let's say Salem or Eugene, they're not going to have a problem with Portland. But when you're looking at like more of the rural areas or places like Medford, Bend is kind of pretty liberal too. Bend is pretty liberal. But yeah, I think there are a lot of people though in Oregon who feel that it's the Portland metro area that keeps the state so liberal. And a lot of people outside of that have a very different, worldview, politics. They don't agree with a lot of the
it's like that in every state.
They don't like being ruled by the tyranny of the one urban area.
Yeah.
Right. That's what Atlanta is. Same thing. Atlanta is like that in Georgia. LA is like that in California. Chicago is like that in Illinois. It's like that in every single state.
Yep. I see what you mean.
And Oregon is Portland is like pretty much the only like big city in Oregon. And it's at the very top of Oregon, across the river is Washington State. So I think, people feel kind of, and also Portland's it was such a jewel for so long. I think maybe 10 years ago plus people might have had a different attitude, but the decline in Portland is kind of embarrassing and people feel less inclined to identify with it or be proud of it because of the way it's kind of just deteriorated.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still pretty great here though. I love it here. There's so much about the city that I find nice, but I think, there's a lot of stuff we've inherited that has been taken for granted, and the beauty of the city has not been maintained. And there's just, with the downturn, it's just sad. I think a lot of people are also just sad to see it like covered in graffiti and like tents and like homeless drug addicts,
Same thing in every state, I think.
Yeah,
every state has that. Same thing.
Yeah, well, they didn't succeed, Golden Rule TV. I don't want that part of the state to leave though. I think I want the pendulum to swing back. This used to be a red state.
California used to be a red state, LA used to be a red state.
I think things could change if, I'm hopeful.
Yeah. Memphis and Tennessee. Memphis is the armpit of Tennessee. Atlanta is the armpit of Georgia. I think Birmingham is the armpit of Alabama. Yeah. It's the same thing in every state. So you got the one big legal. Well,
what's crazy is like so I have a friend from Baltimore and he's a Catholic Nigerian. And, he's really interested in like rejuvenating Baltimore because now if you look at some of the real estate in Baltimore, you have these wonderfully designed Victorian homes going for like $25,000 and nobody's buying them because of crime rates.
Yeah,
it's like the hood. So it's like, why would you buy a beautiful house in the hood? It means you're going to get shot the next day.
And robbed,
Yeah, and so need to have a mass migration of white people there to gentrify it, like they did in New York. Yeah.
Well, that's what we're kind of talking about. And so I was asking him, like, so what is the history of Baltimore? And so I started looking at Baltimore myself, just to see what it was before the drugs, the CIA, the gangs, and all that stuff, the weird accent. And Baltimore used to be like incredibly Catholic and incredibly conservative, like in the 1800s and, you know, leading up to like 1960s, 1950s. It was the place to be in a lot of cases. And, you know, it was only until recently where it took that downturn because of, you know, that culture kind of moving in and taking over. But I think, you know, a lot of these places that have these wonderful traditions and relics of history that are overlooked do have a chance at being restored if, you know, it's like you have the right leadership, the right investment from, you know, like yuppies who want to move into a hip city and spend their lives there. It's just a matter of timing and, you know, making sure that you have people who
no, it ain't coming back, man. It ain't coming back.
You sound guessing now. See, this is my problem with you. Bro. This is my problem with you, okay?
It ain't coming back, bro.
Don't say that.
Too far gone.
Hold on, Chadard, dude. DC was an absolute dog. I'm not gonna say it on Terry's stream, but it was a mess. And if you
was DC,
yeah, like Southeast DC, Southwest. But if you go to like the wharf in Ward 6, Navy Yard by the ballpark, that place looks like heaven now. You know, they built this pedestrian bridge. You have the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And basically what happened is you got a whole lot of real estate developers and investors to come in and level those neighborhoods where people weren't paying rent and weren't keeping up the neighborhood, and they drove out crime and raised the prices, and now it's a beautiful place to be. And so it's possible.
But what did they do with? But you know, what did they do with the blacks that were there though? They just moved them around somewhere else.
They moved to Maryland, dog. They moved to Maryland or Anacostia across the river. So
they went to Baltimore.
But this is what they did. They made the Section 8 in the inner cities is the new slavery. They can move those people around. They can decide, all right, we want to turn this into the new project. And all you got to do is move, you know, a couple thousand blacks in there, and white people are gone, bro. They're not gonna risk their lives with the blacks.
Not even the blacks. It's just those blacks. Like, it's specific kind.
Or even the homeless, you know. I think they do that with the homeless too. That's a little plantation slavery.
I think that is strategic. Like, I genuinely do believe that, like, every once in a while you'll have a homeless guy run through and do something crazy just to like lower the property taxes and the property value.
Lower the value. Yeah, they have it under control. The deep state has it all under control, bro.
The hell with the deep state, bro.
It's the deep state, bro. Satan's children have it all under control.
We need to have more blacks in the deep state.
That probably is. The deep state probably is full of blacks.
It's not full of blacks.
No, it's like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and all them. Those type of blacks. They what?
I mean, if you ask Jesse Lee Peterson, that might be the deep state, but that's
no. They're the pimps. They're the Jesse Jackson. What's the guy? The guy that Ben Crump, the little ambulance chaser lawyer.
Okay.
They're the Negro. They can control the Negroes. All you got to do is get Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and Ben Crump and Maxine Waters and all them.
They're not controlling.
All you got to do is get them, and they control all the blacks.
They're not controlling the damn.
They are.
They're not. Not at all.
They were because they co-sign on Black Lives Matter, and they run all that, and
but
they're the Negro whisperers. That's the Negro whisperers.
Black Lives Matter was by a liberal Jew woman.
Well, it was white liberals in there too, and lesbians.
Yeah, they were lesbians.
Yeah.
And then Golden Rule.
It ain't coming back, bro.
Yeah,
is
Golden
coming
Rule
back.
TV says it's APAC, dude.
Trust and believe it's coming. Baltimore's coming back. We finna be eating crabs and all kinds of seafood.
What they gonna do with the blacks?
Isn't
Baltimore
Baltimore
is
like
big.
the
Baltimore,
Hollywood
the
of
Wire, bro.
the East Coast too?
That's
Isn't it?
ancient history. We're not doing The Wire anymore. We're
The
going back.
Wire. That's no.
We're going
That
It's
tarnished
The
Baltimore.
Wire. I mean, like, no, there's a lot of filming that's done in or has been historically in Baltimore.
Yeah, Chatar, we're going back to the 1800s. We're going back to when Nixon got that dog from Texas at the Union stop in Baltimore. We're going back to the good old days. So get your money, invest in Baltimore real estate, and when the value of the property is worth $1 million, you can thank me later.
I'm investing in Elon, bro. That's all I trust. Elon and the South African farmers. That's who I trust.
You getting that Tesla stock?
Tesla stock.
Tesla stock.
I don't trust stock. I think the whole stock market really is. It's really all just a straight up gamble. I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, but if you play it,
It's really the same as going to Vegas. It's really the same as the casinos.
Oh
no, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's really the only way you can win with the stock market is if you're like a crooked politician and you're doing the military-industrial complex, like how Nancy Pelosi and all of them. That's what they're doing with Ukraine and Zelensky. They're laundering money.
True,
and that's how you win with the stock market. You gotta control it.
I mean, kinda, but Terry, I think Terry knows. She's white. She's smart.
If you invest over decades and you don't like panic or pull your money out anytime the market gets slow, you will over time very much recoup your money.
See there, Chatard?
Like it's a really good investment over time. If you want to do long-term investment, you should look at getting a stock portfolio.
That's called delayed gratification. Learn it.
What white people specialize in, right? Delayed gratification.
I also think you could diversify whatever you're buying. Like people invest in different things. Some people buy, if you don't want to do, maybe you want to do liquid assets, so maybe you could invest in precious metals like gold or silver, or you could invest in art. Art appreciates very well. So
if you were a Jew, I would trust you, but I need a Jewish friend for this subject matter.
I'm not a Jew. I am somebody who wants to,
That's all I need to hear. We need to change the subject. Next subject.
Huh?
You're not a Jew. We don't need to talk about investing. It's like the Jews are to investing what blacks are to basketball and rap.
Yeah, but they're not the only people that invest money.
They're not what?
You got to listen to white people.
They're the best at it. What is Warren Buffett a Jew?
No,
he's just a normal white.
He's just a normal white.
Mm-hmm.
But he's
white's all right. White people know how to handle their money.
Jews are white. Jews are white. Jews are normal.
Why are you differentiating between me and like a Jew then?
Chat. Come on.
Jews are like Black Americans are good at rap and basketball.
We need
Black
Africans
he's more good at
on this channel. Clearly.
You what?
I
need to do some financial education books on this channel. That would be interesting.
Please do, because this guy needs help. He doesn't want to keep driving around the country. He wants to, but he doesn't know how. Terry, you got to save him. Save him from the streets, Terry.
Street. Save me.
Are they talking about?
We don't have any Jewish friends. Who is our Jewish? We don't have any Jewish buddies.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, there's Clay. Comes in here. He's half. Yeah. He acts like he don't like the Jews, but he's
a Jew hater.
Yeah, but that's really common amongst Jews. They are self-loathing. So.
Yeah, and then you got Jesse Lee Peterson, who's a Jew.
That's a Negro. That's a Southern Negro. That's my people.
Whoopi Goldberg.
He's Jewish. You already heard him. He lives in that Jewish neighborhood. He back there doing bar mitzvahs and all.
all that, that's what all black people, all the rich celebrities, they either live in a white or Jewish neighborhood. That's like all the rich blacks, athletes, entertainers.
Jews, man.
They live in a white neighborhood or a Jewish neighborhood.
Diddy had a handler like Epstein, and she cannot be found anywhere on the internet.
It was Clive Davis.
That's not true, Golden. Diddy was in it.
Clive Davis, yeah, he learned pretty much everything he knows from Clive.
Who's Clive?
He Jewish.
Because they're good at that. They're good at entertainment. They're the best at it.
It's called blackmail.
Huh? The blacks and Jews, we make a good team because we're good at being entertaining and being stupid, and they're good at they're like Neil Brennan and Dave Chappelle.
Now say what
That's
you
where the Chappelle show came from. It was really the Jews, Neil Brennan, the Jewish guy behind it all, running it, and it worked out perfect. And it's the best comedy of all time.
Okay, where's Neil Brennan now?
Twitter. I mean,
he's behind the curtains.
I rest my case.
Owning all the copyrights and getting that quiet money. But it was his business. Chappelle can't put nothing together.
Yes, he can.
He needed
specials.
He can't. No, it was never good as the original Chappelle show. You need a Jew to help you. You need a Jew to manage it, and that's when it becomes gold. That's when they turn shit to gold.
See, this is what's wrong with the blacks. See, they demoralize you so much. The Jews demoralize you so much. It makes
look
you
at chat
run your own businesses and stuff.
I'm trying to emancipate him from the slavery, but he wants to cling to his Jewish master.
I love the Jew. I'm with the Jew. Screw y'all. Okay, y'all Jew haters. I'm with the Jews. I'm with them. Let's go, bro. Let's go. We got Trump on our team. We got Elon on our team. Let's go, bro. Let's go to war.
Bro, the Jews are.
I'm with the Jew. What? Y'all gonna lose, bro.
You got the.
Y'all gonna lose.
I'm the founder of Africa. We have all the real Jews on the African continent. We got Kyrie Irving.
Black people, that's fun, man.
We got all the Ethiopian Jews.
I like Africans, man. You saw the Godfrey interview with Jesse, right?
Yeah, I seen it.
That was like one of the funniest Jesse interviews ever. Because Godfrey's like a liberal, but he's funny, man.
Yeah, he's a
Did
funny
you guys
man.
watch The Lady Today? I couldn't keep watching. I got grossed out.
I didn't watch it. I'm watching it tomorrow.
Harry, I was
girl boner. What is a girl boner?
That was as soon as I saw that trailer, I said, I know what I'm not doing this Friday.
I popped in. I didn't see the trailer. I popped in for part of it, and I liked her outfit and stuff, except for the shoes. The shoes were like a real. Like the outfit was cute, but the shoes did not go with it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
that's the whole point of the fallen state. Is you just observe, you don't judge. That's the whole point of it all. You just don't judge people when they're with their issues, and you be patient with them. And that's the beauty of it all. That's what a Christian is supposed to do. You're not supposed to judge people because they're a little crazy.
I know, but like if you're wearing like a lilac top with purple pants and then the shoes are just like these weird trainers, it looks weird. Like she looked really well together, and the shoes was like, okay, old lady walk in the mall type shoes.
I don't care about that. Girl. That's the girl thing. Girls are into fashion like that. I don't.
It's a style more than fashion. I mean, you want to look put together, especially if you're going to be on a program in person. You got to make sure your outfit. You got to make sure your shoes go with everything else.
Really?
So that's
this is just
No, I mean, I do agree with that ethic. I think that people need to dress better. And you don't necessarily have to be rich and wealthy to dress well. You can just put together a nice pair of clothes.
I mean, it's easy nowadays to like color coordinate. I mean, with like the internet now, it's very easy to figure out what colors look best on you and to coordinate your outfits like as such, have the right shoes that go with certain, clothes, have everything lined up.
Right, but it's like
It's easier than any time in history to look good.
for sure. And the funny thing is, like, people still refuse to do it. It's like, I can't tell you how many tourists we get in DC who just look like they rolled out of bed and decided to just go to DC. It's like you're literally in the nation's capital, looking like you're ready to like.
Y'all are proper people. That's why y'all value that. Real people don't care about that fashion.
Brother, see, this is the problem I have with the blacks. Okay.
I mean, a lot of black people know how to dress, though.
Yeah, but dressing has no real value.
Black lady, how to coordinate actually.
Right, but dressing has no value, and that's the point. Right. So black people are good at it. Anything black people are good at, it's degenerate.
Hey, wait.
It ain't no good. There's no good to it.
Especially if you're a woman, how you look is very important. How you present yourself is, it is.
No, it really
especially
is.
Especially as a man.
It's what's on the inside. But isn't it what's on the inside that counts, Terry? Than what's on the outside? Looks mean nothing.
If a person is together on the inside, then their outside is going to reflect that. They're going to be groomed properly and dressed properly.
Yeah, it's like imagine if
it's the opposite.
No, it's not.
Imagine if JLP came to the show in a tattered white tee and some busted up Chucks and was like, "All right."
No, that's how. I mean, Jesse can barely talk. Jesse is not even grammatically. That's why we like him so much, because we can barely understand him. He has the country accent. He didn't even enunciate words right. But we all love him. That's the whole reason why we like him.
I get it, but my point is that
you have an infinity symbol tattoo on your wrist, Clay. Don't talk about women's tattoos when you got a woman tattoo.
He roasting you. He sneak dissing.
He has an infinity symbol tattooed on his wrist. He's saying, "No, I don't." We've seen it. He does, guys. He does. He showed it. I could go back to the stream and show it.
Is Clay ducking smoke?
He's ducking smoke. He can dish it out, but he can't take it.
Clay, I have an alternative aesthetic. It's fine for me to have tattoos. Thank you.
She told you, Clay.
Men should dress well. That's all I'm saying. At least if you go out, at least business casual. If you can't do business casual, at least dress appropriately for the occasion.
I'm in the blue collar world. That means nothing. Dressing means nothing. In the uppity white collar gay world. In the gay world, that's where fashion is important. In the gay world, the real American men, we don't care nothing. It doesn't matter what you wear.
Stop. Listen, real American men, go back and look at what the whites were wearing in the 1920s, okay? If you want to see what the real Americans were doing, you're over here trying to pass off your little ragtag BS. They were wearing suits from head to toe, working blue-collar jobs, man. I'm not buying it.
Well, yeah, you got a point there.
Clay coming on to defend himself, I think.
Oh, he's trying to defend himself.
Is that
edgy? Very edgy, Clay.
Because I don't have any tattoos and you have like 30.
I have 7 tattoos.
Don't have tats.
Fight.
You said you have an infinity tattoo on you, and I can't. Like,
no, I don't. Look.
I mean, all I'm seeing is white. If I'm being honest.
Did you lie, Terry? Terry, did you lie? Where's the tattoo, Terry?
Damn, he blinded.
I didn't lie.
Look, you guys.
You're white.
Hold on, you want to see the other one?
Show us the other one. It's on the other hand, Terry. Where's it at?
Hold on. So here's the other one.
That's not the other one, Clay.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's the same one.
Here's the other one.
Stop.
Oh man.
You got any tattoos in black?
No.
I'm just saying.
Never in my life.
I'm just saying, like, even if somebody has tattoos, they can dress properly.
I think so.
You can be heavily tattooed and still know how to coordinate an outfit. Especially if you are heavily tattooed, you should know how to coordinate outfit because
I
it's
really face tats.
with your appearance.
If you have a face
That's
tat,
female. I
If you
respect
have
that
a
too.
face tat, you've given up on life.
yeah.
That's a female's perspective, and I respect the feminine side of that too. But in a man's world, it's a different world. We don't. Jamie don't care nothing about fashion, do we? That's why you're there to balance that out for him, right?
I mean, he's
That's your forte.
He Black. I think He Black got kicked out. You still here, He Black? No.
Yeah, I got kicked out.
You're still in there.
Get that imposter out of here.
He's gone. That happens to me sometimes when I like accidentally click out of a stream and I'm on my phone. I have to like hop in, and then sometimes it'll still be up with me. Like people will be talking to me.
Yep. I think the app just gives you, let's say, a certain grace period to see if you're gonna get in there, and if not, it's like okay.
So Clay, you want to talk about the blacks?
Yeah.
We got some blacks.
What's wrong with the blacks, Clay? What's wrong with the blacks?
He sent me
got
a
it even
racist Facebook message today.
Guys,
Really?
felt
What do you say?
I was shocked.
Does
no,
he
it
have to
wasn't
tweet
about
that?
blacks. I said you people, and I meant Terry's people.
What does that
Well,
mean?
no, that was after I was like,
Wait, Terry, why'd you try to make that a black thing?
because the first thing he sent me was black, and then he's like, "You people don't get it," and I was like, "What do you mean, you people? I'm not Jewish."
I'm sick of you people.
Time out.
I'm
Isn't
sick of you people.
Clay, word on the street is you're half Jewish. Is that true?
No.
What? Terry, you got to stop, Terry. This is diabolical at this point.
Well, you can tell just by looking at him.
Terry,
I'm doing a nose check.
Terry's always trying to push this Zionist like propaganda. Like with
What do you
Mark.
think mine
he
is
has, like-
propaganda?
She's like, hey guys, look at this picture I have of Lenin.
True.
I don't know. Lenin.
Bolshevik.
Are you talking about my picture where I went to see the Lenin statue?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. That was like I was young in that picture.
Yeah, but that's like core Jewish stuff.
You don't have to be Jewish though to go see the Lenin statue in Seattle.
I don't know, but it's like you have to remember like 89% of the Bolsheviks were Jews.
Yeah.
Karl Marx was a Jew.
Yeah.
And as an American at our core, like communism should be like our biggest threat.
Yeah,
But what
but
about all the American communists?
America's
Send them all to that prison down there in El Salvador.
Whoa.
They caught.
I meant like historically, like all the American communists.
I don't know.
What,
Back in the day, they
We're our own communists. Why do you think we have like, you know, like all the like stuff we have from the communists?
capitalism.
No, like
What?
Are you
the
talking about
labor
FDR?
reforms and like unions and like Labor Day and friggin' the 8-hour
It's not
work.
really communist though. That's just like
Yeah, it is.
no.
Yeah,
It's,
after all that.
Organized for that stuff. We're communists.
I don't
That's
know.
what the Civil War was really about, communism. They hated the South. The
Not
Southerners were free.
Not exactly, Chatard.
Civil
Yeah,
War?
well,
What are you talking about?
They hated that the Southerners
Hey, man,
could grow
just let the
and
white
could
people talk,
farm.
okay? Let the white people do the talking. You just listen.
Okay, you're right.
It wasn't
Yeah,
exactly
yes.
communism because what the South was under was feudalism, and the
Which
class
worked, which was beautiful.
basically the North wanted to have dominance because they were capitalists and they wanted to basically have control over the agrarian.
Right. They were
And
communists. The North were
capitalists.
communists.
No, the South were. The South were like, we want to live in these communes, and we everything.
No,
Yeah,
no,
they-
the North,
No, they were more primitive than that. They
The slaves
South
were
were
true
really-
communists because you guys worked every day and you got like food and housing provided, but no
that
money.
was perfect.
W
That
living
was.
So you're a communist, Josh?
I'm glad for. If it wasn't for slavery, I would be in Africa. So
That's
slavery blessed me. Okay, I all my people from Georgia and Alabama.
You might be having to eat elephant meat right now.
You're right. So that was a blessing
No, if
that I was brought over here.
You might be like overtaking some white farms
Yeah, you might be
What you
killing
mean?
stores.
because you didn't watch the news when
Oh, in South Africa. Oh, in South Africa, you mean?
when they played this
People
video
are-
when it's some guy like dancing around and he's like, kill the
Oh,
Kill the
Julius-
ball!
yeah, that's
yeah, kill the boar.
The former!
Julius Malema.
Pow, pow, pow. Yeah, they're like, they hate white people.
Pow. That's what it does.
Pow.
Pow.
So do you guys think there's really a genocide going on there, or do you think it's just
There
like
it is.
cases?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I would call it a genocide, but white people.
It's a genocide.
White
It's
people.
a
are-
genocide.
My understanding, like South Africa, there's also like shitloads of like black on black murders.
Yeah, 100%. Like
So it's
the
just
thing
like dangerous in general for everybody.
the thing that people don't get about South Africa, especially this Malema guy, is that South Africa has a really complex history. Like before, the blacks from the northern African empires moved down into what is now South Africa, there was already an ethnic group of people there. That's why you have like Swaziland and Lesotho. And so when those blacks moved down, they went to war with that ethnic group. And a little further south, you had the Dutch and the British settle, and they decided to do their own thing where they were warring against one another. So it's like you have this quagmire of all these different ethnic groups, Europeans and Africans warring over who owns South Africa. And it's like, sit down and just shut up and be cool. So
Aren't there like Indians in South Africa as well?
Sorry, what was that?
Aren't there like Indians that are settled in South Africa as well?
There's some, yeah. So, and then like also off of like the coast of Madagascar, actually Madagascar as well, Seychelles. Yeah, so there's a lot of that. Like, there's a lot of different ethnicities in that.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I challenge that.
No, that's true. I
That's
saw
what
that.
it is. Listen, there's spirit chuckers.
in South Africa.
There's a bunch of spirit chuckers fighting amongst each other, and there's the white people that came and made it beautiful.
There's
And so
somewhere
they
in
hate the white
Africa,
people.
too. It might be South
What?
Africa. There's like a shitload of Chinamen, and they like control like the port or something.
Well, the
It might be- it might be some other country, but it was like
No, you're right.
I heard China's taking over parts of Africa somewhere.
Now China's heavy in Africa. They're the leading investor in Africa right now.
Right.
Yeah, that's their agreement. Like, we invest money, but we get to lease your port for like 50 years or something.
I don't know about that one specifically. But
Bottom line
I
is the
think
white people make the best societies, and they're hated for that worldwide.
What's really
Jews are
strange,
white people. That's why Jews are hated. That's why the South Africans are hated. They make it beautiful.
Jews are
Everybody
not
wants
white.
to come live in their country. Everybody wants to live in America.
He won't give up this point.
I mean,
Jews
it's
don't
that
actually, like,
simple.
create anything.
There's no arguing that. That's why everybody wants to come to America, because the white people make shit beautiful, and
No,
they make it best.
America's
And
America's a very nice, prosperous nation. I agree with that.
It's the best. It's the best, and that's why everybody wants to come here, and that's why the haters want to turn it into a third world country, and they want to import a bunch of POCs like me and you, he black,
That's not
to make it gettable.
It's
Third
not
world.
the people who you're saying are haters are literally like the investment class, like the donor class, like the billionaires who benefit off of like Uber Eats having minimum wage drivers from Venezuela. These are the people who are advocating for that. It's like Trump got into office and he was talking about mass deportations, and you got guys like Jason Calacanis, who's a VC investor, talking about, I think mass deportations is a little bit extreme. And the reason why he says something like that is because his portfolio companies would be direct.
They benefit from cheap labor,
Yes.
essentially.
Yes, these startups, the gig economy.
The other thing I kind of buy into
There's
is
a
like,
lot of like drivers that don't speak English.
have you heard of Elon Musk's theory on that they're like getting future voters? That's why they're like shipping all these migrants to like certain like swing states and stuff.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's totally what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, but
Yeah, obviously, like Mexicans, if they come in illegally and you allow them, they're probably going to vote for your party in the future.
Yeah,
when they
Because they're gonna give them welfare the same way all the blacks voted for 95% of black people voted Kamala. So they got black control already. They're gonna do the same thing.
That's why I dislike communism and socialism, even though Terry loves it. Because if you look at the blacks,
Love it.
you compare that to like a woman. So if you wanted to control,
It's a female. Oh, go ahead.
if you want to control your woman, you control all the finances, and you just give her enough money to like do her thing, but no more. And it's like that's obviously what they're doing with this welfare and shit.
That's what they're doing with the blacks. Yeah,
It's like to control. Like we provide everything.
Do y'all know Dwayne?
Who?
There's somebody trying to come on named Dwayne, but he doesn't have a photo or can you pop on like cam Dwayne? Because we don't
say something in the chat, Dwayne.
No, who the hell that? Is that D Wade?
Dwayne?
No, I'm talking D Wade, Dwayne Wade.
Oh, Dwayne Wade. Are you Dwayne Wade?
Do you know who Dwayne Wade is?
Popped off. Yeah, okay. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, he gone. He white.
He's a commie. He's probably a commie.
I've had like guys flashing
freaking
like, wieners or like fake footage of wieners.
Yeah, people do that. Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, that's what Krishan said. People did that on his Streamlab. You got to be careful.
So rude.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
wild.
just I don't want to see that.
I'm surprised more people haven't done it. Yeah.
What up, Buddy Blake? Yeah, Dwayne Wade. He's the guy that's married to Gabrielle Union. She's his beard or whatever.
He turned his son
prettier than a mug.
Chantar, do you still see a lot of ragheads like driving their Volvos and stuff? Or
in Illinois, they run it. I think they up north. Yeah, they run. Canada is full of them. You know, they all come from Canada. Yeah.
I'm wondering if I got out of reefers like a few years ago, but I'm wondering if the freight rates are going to go way up with this whole like you got to speak English thing, because it's all the fucking foreigners that like pretty much push the freight rates.
Everybody in my company right now, they're past owner operators and they're just with the company until.
Damn, Negro. Asking you a
Yeah,
question.
and he's totally comfortable with transing his son. Like,
what is a raghead?
Like an Arab or an Indian too.
Or Sikh, yeah. They run Canada, bro. They're all looking Canada.
Where's some?
That's what we call them. Truckers call them either ragheads, and then you call a Volvo a turban suburban.
Why? What the hell?
They all love Volvos.
They all do love Volvo.
They'll have a bunch of bullshit like dangling.
I get happy. One of the most boxy square things. They're nice.
Yeah, some of the later models are dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's I don't know. Nobody knows what's going on.
Would you rather have a brand new Volvo like VNL 740, or would you rather have like a brand new Peterbilt?
What the
I
hell?
don't want nothing with EGR, bro. I want something from 1997 and older, like your boy Andrew Jackson got that old Freightliner classic.
Yeah.
No EGR, no depth.
If you've ever seen my trucks, but all my trucks have cats. And I got a W900, a 379, and a 389.
Older or newer ones with the EGR?
They're all older. The 389 is newer, but it's a glider, so I have an E model cat in it, which is like 2000. So it's all pre-E-log shit.
Uh-oh, we've got a yawn from Terry Strange.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up at 11. I think. Another 10 minutes or so, guys.
Because that's the thing, you don't just want pre-emissions, but if you get something older, then you don't have to have an E-log.
Right. I'm gonna get into hauling cattle, man.
Yeah.
I want the full agricultural E-log, exempt, ag exempt. But yeah.
Chantar, what's the best car made prior to the 1970s?
Chevys.
Okay.
Anything Chevy.
Chantar, what you got?
Yeah, big block 350, small block 350.
Yeah, 350 is a small block.
Or 283 or whatever.
A 454 would be the big block.
What's your favorite car of all time, Terry? What's Terry's favorite car? Or you don't know.
Big on cars, but I think I really like Rolls Royce, like the classic 80s silver Spurs.
Really?
Like I'd love to have one of those. They're so
Grey
cute.
Poupon?
Yeah.
Grey Poupon?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the new Yay song?
Which
I
one?
haven't heard it.
Hail Hitler.
It was
How have you guys not heard it?
no, I
It's all over.
Ignore
I don't
Kanye
think you-
to a certain degree.
I don't think you got the update because that song, I think it came out like what, a week and a half ago.
No, yeah, probably.
Literally got
Hold
on Twitter not too long ago and just
Alright,
said
man.
not anti.
Okay, I appreciate it, man. Yeah.
and he dropped a new song with NBA YoungBoy. So I was wondering, I was like, so he's no longer.
Did you see? Do you follow him on Twitter?
Every once in a while, I like check it.
He's so funny, dude. Like, I've been following him for a while, and it'll be like 2 a.m, and he'll be, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I've been Me Tooing some of the girls at my office. And I'm just like, this guy's so funny. And then it'll be like later, and it'll be like, I wish I was white, so when I said the N-word, it was way more offensive to y'all.
Yeah. Nobody take him serious no more. He's just entertaining, man.
You're missing out, Golden Rule TV.
I think he just wants attention, but it's still funny.
It's
Like,
weird.
It's kind of
imagine just, it's like 2 a.m, you're just bored, you're like, I ain't gonna lie, I've been Me Tooing some of the girls at the office. And then he had one, it's like, he's like, the only racism I ever experienced was Taylor Swift not letting me fuck her little ass. And I'm just like, this is so funny.
Oh, he tweeted that?
Yeah, he tweets all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like everything he tweets is just like weird nitrous.
Not beautiful little Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I understand the things I say on Twitter.
Yeah. Then he tweeted one. It was this. He's like, my cousin murdered a pregnant woman 5 years ago, and me and him used
Right,
to
and he was talking,
tweets together.
Yeah.
His cousin George Floyd.
No, but he sucked his cousin's dick, and at the end, it's like this whole story of his cousin like went through a life of crime and all this, and he's like, and I think it's because of me because I sucked his dick when we were 8.
I think he
Yeah,
shared
he's
that story. I think he shared that story so he could get away with saying the word faggot.
Who knows? He'll say he likes.
Yeah, it'll be a lie, you know? Right, nobody knows.
Did you see him on Pierce Morgan when he's like, I could say retard because
Yeah, they do look a lot alike.
All that interview, Pierce was ticked. Like I've never seen this before.
It's like, how do you even? He's like, Hitler had some good ideas. So, man,
He was amazing on Pierce.
He was, yeah.
He was
I
brilliant.
like him.
He was like,
Bilzerian.
and then all of nowhere, he's like, "Well, yeah."
What about Dan Bilzerian on Pierce Morgan? If you guys saw that,
No, I did. I like Dan because he's Armenian.
he had good points.
No, Dan did a good job. The only
Especially when Pierce was like, "What do you say to the Jews that are horrified?" And he's like, "Well, I was horrified to find out they think Jesus is boiling alive and shit."
Yeah. I mean, Pierce Morgan. It's funny because he always argues from this perspective of like, I'm the guy who is connected with the common folk.
Yeah.
And you watch him and he's so detached.
I agree with him on certain things though, like the whole tranny stuff, because he's like totally against that.
Yeah, but I mean, the only reason why he says that is because he wants to differentiate himself from the rest of the people who are going,
Yeah.
head over, because he wouldn't have a brand if he was for it.
Maybe, yeah, he'd just be like everybody else.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's why he had to criticize David Beckham.
I watched the one he did about the N-word recently.
When was that?
They had Lily Gaddis was on it.
Oh, yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
poorly. Who else was on it?
I think Myron was on it. Mark Lamont.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I saw that clip.
What about that guy Chattard likes? That Don Lemon.
That's my brother, man. That's my twin. That's my gay twin brother, bro.
I saw him with
Unlimited.
Elon Musk, and I was like, "That's terrible. I can't believe he even published that. That just makes him look like."
What did he say about Elon Musk?
No, he interviewed him, and Elon Musk just like schooled him the whole time.
He got eviscerated. It was
Oh
almost
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
it was almost the end of his political career. Actually, it was the end of his political career. It's like, where is Don Lemon? Nobody knows.
He just hasn't figured it out yet.
Nope. No, but I'll say the N-word thing that Pierce was discussing, like, this is a conversation we had in high school. Like, my high school legitimately had a debate on whether or not we should say the N-word because I think it was in Huckleberry Finn.
Mm-hmm.
And the conclusion,
Nigger Jim.
the conclusion was
Yeah,
like,
Nigger Jim.
why would we want a society that's so sensitive to the point where we're censoring what people can say, especially if it hurts your feelings? Like, that's a stupid society. We want to have a noble society that's able to deal with people saying the word nigger and all that sort of stuff, especially if it's not even in like a derogatory way. It's just like you're describing somebody.
Saying the word nigger.
It was
right.
dumb. And then so
You
Lily's
should
like,
say it, Terry.
it's like Lily
You
saying,
should say it, Terry.
I don't say the N-word.
Just tell that this is your stream and you're in control. You should say it.
You have two blacks on your stream asking you to say nigger, Terry. We're giving you the pass
And
right
I need
here.
$100
Deal.
Jatar is going to donate.
cash
I'm gonna
first.
donate.
I'm not dropping. I know what's possible. I've seen what Shiloh got.
If he gives you $100, you gotta say it with the R.
He
Of
said,
course.
I'm gonna say it with the hard R.
I'll say it with a hard R. I'll say it to a little
he
kid.
said, I saw it.
You have to publish a separate video and
You gotta call the little kid. You gotta find a random black kid.
I'll find a cute little black kid. Or if I find a little mixed race kid, will that do?
No, it's got to be a dark skinned black, and you got to tell him, "Hey, go back to Africa, nigger." That's what you got to say. You got to say, "We don't want you here, nigger. Go back to Africa." That's what you have to say. $100. $100.
It would be funnier though if you try to find like a conservative one. Yeah, like if there's a kid with a Trump stream or something, then say that to him and be like, "Go back."
Golden Rule TV says I have to about mess. I mean, yeah, that too. I
Oh,
don't.
man.
I'm not into.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
I don't think there's when I was in school, we were reading Huckleberry Finn, and I remember I got to say it, and I said it but I was reading it,
Hey.
like, and there were white kids though in my class that wouldn't read it. They would they would be like gulped, and even back in the oddies, they were scared, but I was like, it's okay. Just read it. It's okay. We got permission.
See, that's my problem with people, man. Like, you guys are so, the British culture of a polite society is so easily subverted because
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's like if you tailor your speech to the least common denominator, where it's like you don't want anybody to be offended, and so you have this mainstream narrative of who's the most offended, it effectively renders everybody a coward in that society. And that's why, if I were to say any culture in Europe has let's say a BS-proof filter, it'd either be like the Slavs or maybe the Dutch. And yeah, I'd say the Slavs or the Dutch.
That's why I love Asia so much, because people there don't care.
Yeah, people will call
About
you back
anything.
to your face. You're looking
I've
back.
met people in Asia, and their relatives will be like, "Oh, they're retarded."
Yeah.
Stuff,
Yeah, because their idea of love is being honest.
They're just straight to the point about everything.
Sugarcoat it. And I think, it's like in the United States, it's like you want to spare people's feelings, and all that does is just lead them deeper into garbage and the cesspit.
They also are real blunt. Like if you're a girl and you're like, "Oh, does this make me look fat?" They'll be like, "Yeah, you look terrible, like a pig."
And in Korea, Korea specifically, it's brutal.
Yeah.
They'll roast the hell out of you, and it's like, okay, what's next? Like, and if you're a foreigner,
They're cruel, man. I think they're evil. Asians, they're evil, really.
they're
Not mean. They're just like they're like almost like Dutch, like you were saying. Because Dutch,
Yeah, the Dutch are very blunt.
Dutch people will be
Although
like, I don't want
to. Too. I mean, I've met so many Dutch liberals that are just like totally into nonsense.
They'll be like, I don't want to go out
But
to
they
lunch
will be
with
like,
you.
oh yeah, you're very short or you're very fat.
But I'm saying like
They're very retarded.
Because I was researching about, like certain European countries, and apparently like the Dutch had this history of like trading from their ports. And so if you pulled up to the Dutch, they already knew you were probably going to be on some BS, which is how they developed like this cultural BS filter where it's like, you're not going to come and swindle us on our homeland, so like they're very no nonsense,
Wait, aren't the South Africans Dutch?
Some of them.
Elon is,
What's
Elon
really
is
weird,
Dutch.
have you ever heard the Afrikaans language?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard.
Very strange because if you're like a native English speaker, it's like you could almost understand it.
It actually
Even though it's a completely different language.
Yeah, it translates pretty well to Dutch. Like, I was watching this one video where like these South African Dutch were speaking Afrikaans, and like some of the native Dutch were picking out different words, and they're like, okay, yeah, there's a little bit of similarity.
Yeah.
But no, I consider those whites to be African for sure.
Is that what Afrikaners are? It's like the white people there.
Yes.
Yeah, like Elon.
So what do the black people speak? Do they speak like Swahili or something?
Zulu.
Whoa, that's
Yeah, Zulu.
Dutch sure gave it up to like a $3 hoe.
What the?
What were they supposed to do? Honestly, what were they supposed to do?
Well, weren't they like part of the original German Empire anyway? Like Deutschland?
You're talking about
Well, why do they call it Deutschland?
the Holy Roman Empire? That's just Germany.
Yeah.
Deutschmarks.
Yeah.
And then the Dutch are like the Hollanders.
Like the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Netherlands, yeah.
Yep. And then you got the Danish and the Swedes.
Where's Tomas when we need him? He'd break it down for us.
Tomas? He's from
Tomas.
Netherlands?
Where he been?
I seen him in JLP's chat, I think earlier this week.
He could have been here explaining his culture to us.
I think the Netherlands now is like all Muslims.
Dude, that's like most of Western Europe.
Like what you see on
Europe, man. Yeah, that's what Europe is becoming.
It's all like Sharia law and shit now.
That's the crazy thing about it to me. It's like I'm saying we, like I wasn't in Africa, but they were literally fighting wars against these people for centuries, and now it's like, oh yeah, y'all the homeboys, like come over.
No.
Come over.
I mean, the average, the average citizen doesn't have any say in it, though. Like, I think most people would have been opposed to this level of like migration.
Not Wildheart.
Wildheart, a Quran, because
I think Wildheart's just scared. He doesn't want to say anything because he doesn't want to get arrested.
No, he said he's gonna burn. So he's gonna make a live stream, and it's just gonna be titled "Death to Islam," and he's gonna burn a Quran. If I sent him one, so I did.
Nice.
And I'm curious to see if he does go to jail because it's like the UK, you know.
He also
they're gonna put him in jail, man. Don't do that.
Earn it.
It's just to see.
They'll lock him up for that, bro.
He's
They
got
lock people up on Facebook post over there.
I posted it in my like the so he can't bitch out because it's like the order.
But does anybody know how, like, because back then
he was, unfortunately, he's
he was back then the kings had way more authority in their societies. How did it come to be that like the kings are just a formality at this point, where it's like they show up for PR and go to sleep and go to Epstein Island and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Like, when did they lose the authority of a king?
When they all saw America and were like, we want that.
Is that how
it will be like a constitutional monarchy?
Yeah, America changed all that.
Because like
Yeah, I think that also the French Revolution had a big thing to do with it. The noble people started to fear the like common man,
Yeah.
whereas before they never
That's the
had.
thing with monarchies is they don't want like middle class. They just want like peasants and then the elites.
You know, the other thing is that the hemophilia really wiped out a lot of like a whole generation of Europe's kings. So they never really recovered after that.
Why? Is it because they're all inbred?
Well, no, Queen Victoria, because her children married into all the families of Europe, basically all the royal families. Her daughters carried the hemophilia genes, and they got passed on to like all their sons, basically. So like there's a whole generation of sick boys in the early 1900s that kind of wiped them out too.
right, but like couldn't King Charles wake up one day and say, you know what? To hell with all this BS. Like we're doing a crusade.
Well, he's part of the Muslim Brotherhood, isn't he?
King Charles?
I think the Vatican would have to be the one that calls for
He's
crusade.
I agree with that. I agree. The
part of
Vatican,
some Muslim order. It might be just I think it's just honorary.
but I say King Charles because the Church of England is Protestant, so they're independent of the Catholic Church, which means that they could kind of do whatever they want.
Well, if the
They're
Catholic
liberals,
Church would do it, like all the rest would follow because they'd be like, we're sick of these people too.
You know what's crazy? It's like there are these videos on YouTube where you'll see like these Muslims debating Christianity in these town squares in London, and like hundreds of Muslims out there, and they're all debating Christianity, and it's like, dude, like 500 years ago, this couldn't even have been fathomed, and here we are now. And that, you know, to your point, Clay, it's like when you look at who really won World War II.
That's the thing, because like we're like almost programmed to think like Muslims are our enemies because they kind of are.
Well,
in reality, we're always told like, oh, Judeo-Christian value, but it's like the Jews like hate Jesus and hate us.
I don't think they do, bro.
Way worse.
I don't think they do.
You got to read the Talmud, dude. They talk about like how to like properly have sex with children under 3 and all kinds of like crazy sick shit.
You know what?
That's the crazy ones. That's not the majority of Jews.
That might be what
All of them, dude. It's like their Bible.
But my point is,
but there's different interpretations of it, and then there's different. The majority of Jews.
Not really an interpretation when it like literally says it's like if a woman's. It says like if a girl is under 3 years and 1 day old, like you can fuck them and the hymen will grow back. So it's like insane.
Wait. That's not the old. The Torah is the Old Testament.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
I
called
thought that was the Jews.
It is the Jews. The Torah is
The
like
Talmud is different than the Torah. It's a different book.
yeah.
So the Torah is the main Jew book. That's the main Judaism book.
Both their books essentially say like Gentiles can never know this because they'll kill us all.
That's what the Muslims book said. That's what the Quran says, bro.
Yeah, but that's also in the Talmud as well. It's like it's almost like the same.
I would easily choose
the
the Jews over the.
The thing about the Muslims, though, is they still hold Jesus in like a high regard, and they think he'll be with God at the end.
Yeah, I gotta put back at that. I gotta push back. They don't see Jesus as the Son of God.
They don't see him as the Son of God, but they still think he's like a respectable prophet. Whereas the Jews, he was like a necromancer, and he's in
You
hell.
don't see Jesus as the Son of God. That's a complete bastardization of Jesus. Like I don't care what else you say about Mary or prophets. If you don't see Jesus,
but it's like. It's just crazy how people are brainwashed to think they're the number one enemy when it's like they shouldn't be.
I'm more concerned about like safety as a woman. Well, I don't know about that because I've heard of women being attacked by Orthodox Jews in the street as well.
Yeah,
all right, here's the question. But here's the question, right? Here's the big question. Would you rather live in an Allahu Akbar neighborhood or would you rather live in a Jewish neighborhood? That's the question, right?
I'm not going to no damn Israel. I'd rather.
You would rather live in a Jewish neighborhood, bro.
Hold on, cuz. I'd rather go to the UAE and I'd rather go to Saudi Arabia than Israel. I'm putting money on that.
I'll take Israel, bro.
But would you go to the UAE as a Christian or as a Mohammedan?
As a
Because they hate Christians over there. They hate
Yeah,
Christians.
you're not gonna last
Listen,
long.
the
You're not
vast
gonna last
majority of
long.
people, the vast majority of people who actually provide patronage to the UAE in terms of like going there to work are Europeans, specifically I think from England. And so like as long
man,
as
that's Sharia law, bro. There's Sharia law over there.
Hold on. As long as you don't go there and are like actively evangelizing, they don't have a problem. But if you go there and you start evangelizing, that's when you have a problem. And
But we're supposed to evangelize.
that gives,
so you,
that's
so
my
you
point.
would be
But time out.
you would be an infidel.
Time out. I'm still explaining myself.
Go ahead.
And that gives no advantage to Israel, because if you do the same thing in Israel, you're spat on, you're kicked, you're hit, and in some cases you're thrown in jail. So
That's not true, bro.
that's
not true.
They were literally
Israel is white people.
the Knesset was literally getting ready
Israel
to
is
build
white. White people are civilized, bro.
The Knesset was
White people are not.
brainwashed.
The Arabs are the crazy ones, bro.
outlawed Christian preaching. They hate
Chad
Christian.
fell for the Jewish propaganda
Damn.
on Fox News.
No, bro, no.
Harry, I think that was like your fifth yawn in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I need to head out of here. So even though Lupin just came on, how you
Yeah,
doing?
that's cool. It's cool, man. I just joined after like a 3-hour stream too, so I'm just dropping in to say hello. It's already like 1 o'clock over here.
Dang.
All right,
1
yeah.
o'clock where I'm at, yeah.
Yeah, we was talking about the Jews and the Mohammedans and everything like that already too. So I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know, man. Trump had a pretty good reception with the United Arab Emirates. He had a pretty good tour over there. You know, they had all them virgins dancing, whipping their hair around and everything like that.
See, Chatar doesn't want to see
Being
that.
fake nice because they see Trump is in power. That's why they're being fake nice. But as soon as
that ain't
story.
Trump get
I don't think that's fake nice.
That's fake nice, bro.
No, it's not. They did the Abraham.
Arabs are just like the blacks, bro. Okay, they're just like the blacks. They're gonna see who's in power. They're gonna be fake nice to you while you're up.
That's the Jews too, my guy. Even more.
Can I ask you something real quick, Chatar?
Go ahead.
Whenever you're ready.
I'll keep it quick. The Mohammedans, people who follow like Muhammad and Islam and everything like that. You know how many black people, how many black slaves are equal to one white slave?
Wait, what? What?
Mohammedans, do you know how many black slaves are equal to one white slave in Islam?
No.
It's 3-1. 3-1. 3 black slaves are equal to one white slave. Do you think?
What's your point, though? I don't get it.
So you think it's like fake power over there or what?
What you mean, like?
They're
obviously Muslim.
In the Middle East, you think you'd fare well in the Middle East?
The Middle East, there are a bunch of Arabs that are Muslims. They hate white people. The Israel are the only white people in the Middle East. That's why they're hated. And it's the same thing in South Africa. It's the same thing in America. White people are the best at building the best societies. That's why they're the most hated.
Muhammad was white.
Black man talk.
Yeah, there's some.
That's all. It's really that simple, bro. White people are what? Jews are white. Irish are white. Italians are white. They're the most hated because they build the best countries. And all the non-white people, they want to come live in white people's countries. Nobody wants to live in Africa. Nobody wants to live in the Arab countries. Nobody wants to live in South America. Everybody wants to live in the white people's countries.
The white people are getting slaughtered in Africa right now. So, yeah.
Hey, is that Tim?
I don't want to have nothing to do with non-white people, and I'm not even white.
This is a Jew, Chatar, that's gonna try to get you to sign up for
I'm
with the Jews, bro. I'm with them. I'm with Ben Shapiro, bro.
Look at this Jew.
I support Ben Shapiro, bro.
Do you support Ben as well?
He's gonna talk you into a super high interest loan that you can't
get
out of.
What was that?
They run the bank because they're the best at running banks.
Supported
They're the
Dennis
best at
Prager
it.
too.
Dennis Prager.
Dennis Prager is a good guy.
No, he's
I love
not.
Dennis
He's
Prager.
one of the worst guys. What the hell are you talking about?
He
I
lives
like
in
that.
Cabot,
No.
I like
Listen,
Dennis.
listen.
I like Dennis Prager.
like my Jamie.
Man, you guys don't know enough about Dennis Prager then.
Maybe not.
Trump,
What's one
Elon.
thing not to like about Dennis Prager?
I'm not even gonna say it, Terry. That's how bad it is.
Oh, dang.
No, it's not that bad. No, see, you've
He
been
does.
hanging around
He
with
does.
Jew haters too much.
No, I haven't.
Let's
Yeah,
have
you
a
have.
conversation about that one. I haven't heard that one before.
I like Fuentes. I like Dan Bilzerian. They cool, but their whole thing is now based around Jews are the enemy, and they sound
Dan
just like
Bilzerian-
the
Dan
pro-Palestine
Bilzerian is
people.
100% against the Jews.
He's Armenian. What would you expect?
Yeah.
But you know, Armenians, the Turks hate the Armenians the same way
The Jews do.
everybody hates the Jews. So you
I
know,
mean,
it's like
Armenians are a problem, so let's not act like they.
You gotta ask yourself, Chetard, if you get kicked out of that many countries and since the beginning of time you're hated, like it's probably for a reason.
no,
People
but you know what?
accepted in the
But you know what?
Bible.
That's the same thing they say about white people. They say every country white people go to, they have to colonize it. They colonized over 200. That's the same bullshit that black people have been saying about white people forever. They
I don't see color.
They hate.
I don't see
They
color. I
hate.
think- I
I've
think-
literally
they
never
hate the
heard
whites
like
because the white people are superior.
But
They
that's
hate the Jews because
it's
the
in the
Jews are
Bible.
superior.
It's literally
You know who's superior? The Americans are superior. America.
I've never
Right.
heard anyone
Trump and
say
Elon. That's Trump
beginning
and
of time,
Elon.
everyone hated the whites.
It still is, bro. That's what it is.
Elon is African.
it's in
He's
the
a
Bible.
white African, and that's why he's so good at what he does. He's just the best at it, and people
No,
just need to look accept that. Look, they're the best at it, bro. They
Yeah.
need to run it. They make it. They can make it beautiful for all of us. I want my kids to grow up in a white neighborhood and in a white country because it's
In,
the best quality of life.
in American country.
All right,
The
then
way you're
the way-
not gonna get that is
the
in
way-
Israel.
The way you can contribute to that is by leaving America.
No, man, no. Ben Shapiro's neighborhood.
No,
Is it,
No,
what did you say, Terry?
we
That's
don't need to
Shapiro's-
have.
Where's he gonna go?
He can't handle it in Africa. He won't be able to handle it when his Wi-Fi goes out. Come on.
yeah, but they need they need America to be white. It can't be white with him here.
But
True.
I mean, we brought over the Africans, the black.
We'll keep maybe look
I don't know,
90%
It's
white,
time for
90% white,
it's time for us to leave,
7% black,
okay?
3% Mexican.
We've been here for far too long. We're all going back. Chatard is going to be kicking and screaming, but he's
You're going back,
too.
you little good man. No,
No,
you're
yeah.
going back, you little spirit
Listen, I
chucker.
came here for free.
You listen to me, you little spirit
I
chucker.
came here. I
You're
came here
going
for
back.
free. Your ass came here in chains. You're going back in chains too.
Oh my
This
God.
is black on black crime right now.
They done
Black
sold
people
your ass in
sold
slavery.
me to clay
We gonna
people,
sell your ass
okay?
again.
No, it's a deal. It's a done deal, bro. I belong to Clay, bro. Okay, you belong in Africa. You sold me to Clay's people,
Yeah.
and I'm here to stay, bro.
Nah, Clay.
So let's go. Let's go
he
start a farm, Clay.
This
thought
birth.
you
Clay,
said
you
you
master.
Instead of-
I'm your top.
I ain't going doing that farm. Can I be a slave at Clay's farm?
I thought you said, Chatard, your parents came over from Nigeria.
They were sold by He Blacks people. They were sold to your people by He Blacks people.
He's actually Nigerian. That's what he is.
Okay, so I became a nerd. So thanks to He Black, I appreciate you for selling my people to Clay's people. He Black, I appreciate you, bro.
He's like first
Favorite.
generation.
I got a good stack of gold off that, so appreciate you, dog.
Was it German gold or was it like African gold?
They would have sold you. You would have been owned by Terry's people because, like, historically, most of the slave owners were Jews.
I'm not Jewish.
I don't even think that's true, Clay. I hear him say that all the time. That's probably some bullshit
I'm not
lie.
even. I don't even.
Probably is, but
I think they were Anglos, but no, they were Anglos, bro. Like Trump. Anglos they made America great, bro, from the beginning.
I'm just gonna say I don't have any like slaveholder ancestry.
Yeah, right. That's what they all say when they're online.
I mean, not in America anyway. Not in the maybe like way back when, but not in the Americas.
Since I'm Irish, my people were lumped into the same group as you guys.
Irish are the blacks of Europe because we can dance.
Do you endorse Conor McGregor, Clay, for president of Ireland?
Yeah, I actually really like Conor McGregor.
I love Conor
And
too, bro.
We love to clown people.
Make cocaine great again.
What else?
Who the fuck is these guys?
Who the fuck is that guy?
I'm not late. I make my own time.
Anything. Yeah, we leave without saying anything. What else do Irish people do? They clown like a mug.
The Irish curse.
What?
Did y'all see that? Like most mainstream media, there was a female who said like they're killing all the black or they're killing all the whites in Africa, and then the Africans they can't figure out how to do the farmland. Like they just don't know how to do it.
Yeah,
they can't. It's true. That's exactly right, bro.
They invited the white farmers back. They were like, and they celebrated when the whites came back. They were like, "We're sorry, white people. We didn't mean it.
We didn't mean it, white. We was just playing."
What if that happens here with all these Indians quit getting drunk and doing fentanyl and they decide to kill us all and take our land?
What Indians?
Indians?
Like the ones with the reservations.
They ain't gonna do that.
Native Americans? They're too weak, bro. They're all drunk.
Yeah, but that's what they said about South African native people like 20 years ago when they had.
There ain't enough of them, Clay.
They need to fall in line. That's what needs to happen. They've been colonized. It's over. We already defeated the.
They complain and whine about it, but they're not giving up their toilets and their central heating for nothing.
Yeah, they also get free
welfare.
money.
They're dependent on welfare.
They get free money to live on the res.
And they commit suicide and drink alcohol till they die. The same thing what they do in Section 8 in the black.
They also do a lot of fentanyl. Like I seen a thing on that. Like a lot of Native Americans are dying from fentanyl lately.
They're dying.
They also got a lot of casinos.
Yeah.
Those are just the ones that have their stuff together.
Like the right ones? I don't know. Seems like all the vices seem to have a lot of
not all
negative.
natives are the same. You know, some people got, some natives got it going on. So a lot of them don't.
Some reservations are like almost like a third world country when you're there.
Like a ghetto.
It's
Section 8.
It's like worse
It's the
than a
black
ghetto,
person.
dude. It's like a slum in like South America.
South Dakota.
Black. Thanks for popping out, Black. I'm gonna call it. So thanks for being here, guys. But
I've been to the one in South Dakota by Little Bighorn, and there's like a truck stop there, and it's like
Prairie niggers. They're called prairie niggers, bro. That's what they call. And they call the Inuits. My buddy from Alaska, he says they call the Inuits. They call them the niggers of the North.
I heard that.
I don't remember that from my childhood.
You remember that? The Inuit, the Eskimos are niggers of the North. The Indians are prairie niggers.
In Michigan,
Same
they
thing.
called the Amish that, and it was because they would buy land on land contract and then log it all off and not pay and just like default on it.
I'm just wondering how Kanye could, support Hitler when he's a nigger. Sorry, I'm gonna go bad. Those are just pretty much hilarious.
I'm a fucking nigger.
We live in Ross the Cardar for free when
Say it, Terry.
Say prairie nigger, Terry.
Definitely
Say
not.
I love. Do you love niggers, Terry? Say you love niggers.
Yes, I do.
You do. Say. Can you say it?
I'm not gonna say it. Not for free.
Not for free. $100.
$100.
Bad. What if you like a black dude came on and was like shit talking?
Shiloh got like close to 400K, right? Or maybe even more. I deserve my cut.
Dang, you could have went viral. We could have. Let's stage something. Let's stage
you
one.
Stage something? Stage an
Yeah.
N-word incident? I don't think it's gonna work.
Stage an N-word incident, and we can have Jamie put his knee on my neck, and we'll just reenact for we'll go viral, get rich. We'll start a race. We'll spearhead the race war.
You mean like that guy in Chicago, that gay guy?
Huh?
Oh yeah, Juicy Smollett.
Yeah,
Juicy.
Oh, that was amazing. Did you
Yeah,
see?
he staged the whole thing.
Did y'all
Yeah, he
see?
made the whole thing up. What?
Did y'all see "Am I Racist?" the Matt Walsh film?
Yeah. I got
No,
that.
But
Wire.
when he recreated it, the Jesse
Did he?
Smollett story, he recreated it on the streets of Chicago at 2:00 at night. It
You
just like
African?
showed how crazy it was, the whole story.
You in MAGA country now, boy.
When he got charged, did you see him in the court where he's like, "I will not kill myself"?
Yeah, it was all fake acting.
And he was so
Black-
good on Empire. It's too bad.
Yeah, he's an actor. That's what he does. He acts for a
He's
living.
like, my flame's burning out. I gotta stage a hate crime.
Friends with Kamala Harris too, apparently.
Yeah, they're all actors, man. They're all actors. That's what they do. That's their way of life.
No, I gotta go to bed. I mean, I could just end the stream and you could come in and then chat with your buddies and I leave and go to bed.
Yeah.
What do you think, Lupin? Well, I'm ending it. Thanks for being here with me, guys. It's been fun.
All right. It was a cool one, Terry.
Until next time. Yeah, this is a good combo.
We're getting Mark on the stream. We're getting
I know.
Mark on here.
Mark on the stream. Mark.
Mark.
My favorite Hebrew channel.
Oh yeah.
I'm not Hebrew just because I'm not going to eat shellfish and such.
That makes me think you're even more.